Morning, Amy.
Actually, I'll disable waiting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Morning, everybody. How are you doing? Everyone okay? Yeah, ready for another day? Yeah? Good? Because it's what we're doing anyway. I'm going to run the slides, Liz.
Okay.
Right. So, agenda for today. So, morning, we're covering stuff that's relevant to your strategy assignments. Afternoon, we're focusing on stuff that's relevant to the smaller assignment you do after your main one that focuses on employee engagement and the employee-employer relationship. Okay, so the day breaks down into half. Channels and media first, and then measurement. Measurement will break either side of lunch. Chris is delivering our session on measurement at an outrageously early hour of his day, so thank you for that, Chris. We appreciate it. I can see I'm not on camera as well. I might need to do a bit of directing here.
Oh, hang on. I can be camera person.
Yeah, it's great. It's quite counterintuitive. You always end up focusing on the wrong thing, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, see, there we go. We're looking out the window, and that's. There we go. Morning, Tracy. Hi, Megan. Hi, Amy.
Morning.
Good. So yes, channels, media, then measurement either side of lunch. Lunch will be at 12:15. For those of us here, that will be down in the basement again, as it was last time. And then I'll take us through a session on the employee-employer relationship. I'll also talk through what we ask you to do in that second assessment a little bit. But remember, I do an hour's briefing on that once you've got through the main assignment. So it's not necessary to try and internalise all of that right now, because we'll have plenty of time to cover it later on. And then Liz will finish off the day with a presentation on employee engagement. A couple of other things I wanted to mention before we get into it. I ran you through these yesterday. The first three are the follow-on sessions we always have for this module. Now, one of the things we do have as a learning outcome on this module is around crisis communication. I've traditionally tried to cover it in the workshops at the kind of tail end of the strategy session, but I think it's more important that we focus in on strategy, given that that's what we ask you to do for the assignment. So much rather we take the time to work properly on that, which is what we did yesterday. I do have a session on crisis communication that I've videoed, and I've put that up on Sol. So if you go to the resources section for this module on Sol, at the bottom of that section I've added a bunch of things, including my video on crisis and the boat lift video we referenced yesterday, a couple of the CIPD sources, which Liz is going to reference later on, the Lawrence source on change resistance, and the paper on corporate bullshit. So you've got all of that stuff on the resources area of the module on Sol. Alison Arnott wrote a book and released it last year on crisis management and internal communication. It's really good, and she's a really thoughtful and insightful practitioner, I think. She's offered to do a session for you if you would like one on managing crisis. She can do Monday the 2nd of March at 10 o'clock. I just wanted to get a sense of how many people think they'd probably be free for that or want to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's enough people to make that worthwhile. So I'll let her know that we do want to do that, and I'll get all of the information up.
Will it be recorded?
I'll ask her if we can record it, as with some of the authors, sometimes they're okay, sometimes they're not. So I'll check with her and we'll do that if we can. Okay, fine. So I will get that scheduled in then. So that's the first thing. Second thing is I'll re-upload this slide with the correct dates on now. So it's the 6th, we'll send out the pre-work. Third thing is I promised to do this. So again, I'm going to add this to the workshop intro slides and upload a new version into Sol today. This is just a little example of the way things should break down in your assignment between the sections in black, the strategy sections, and the sections in green, which are your theoretical understanding. So this is an example which will be in your communication objectives section. In the strategy bit, you're not using theoretical references. You're not explaining why these are the objectives in any great depth. You're just saying these are the objectives that I want to achieve through my communication strategy. And then in the commentary section underneath, you're using some of the source material we've covered or from your wider reading to support why those would be the objectives. And in this case, I've picked up on quirk, and I've also talked about the extent to which co-creation and inclusion will be relevant to this particular project, which is around cross-departmental working amongst home-based employees. Okay, so you've got that as well. In your assignment, you won't have small blocks like this. You'll have longer sections of strategy and then commentary, but this is to give you an idea of the type of thing that you'd need to write in each of those sections. Does that help?
Yes.
All right, so it's there. Who asked for this yesterday? Was it you, Tracy? I can't remember.
I think
Megan, sorry, it was Megan.
me. Yeah, thank you.
Does that help?
It does, yeah. I just have one quick question. Would you advise that when we do the assignment that we write the strategy first and then go in and weave in the theory, or do the strategy theory as we go?
The second thing, because what we want you to do is make your decisions about the strategy based on the theory. So
Okay.
Read the theory, think about the theory, think about how it applies to your change or your initiative, draw some conclusions from that about what the strategy should be, write the strategy section, and then use your commentary section to explain why you've made those decisions based on the resources. That makes sense?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
All right, good stuff. Anyone else got any more questions on the strategy assignment?
Just one for me, Ollie. So obviously last time we were critiquing the theory, so we still doing that? 'Cause I'm struggling to see then how you've got your, like, so here we've got our objectives and then a rationale why these are the objectives based on the theory.
Yep.
But then if you're critiquing the theory,
Yeah.
how then does that relate to your decisions?
I've done it a bit here
Okay.
in that I've said that co-creation is a method that SMIVE advocates for, but I've also said that it can't really apply in this scenario. And quite often when your critical analysis is often about which theories apply in certain contexts.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll have an argument, a reasonable argument to say, I think this theory is wrong or questionable or not sufficiently evidence-based. But more often than not, what we're looking for is for you to say this theory doesn't really apply in this context for these reasons.
Okay.
So that's good.
So we could
analysis.
still be referencing theory that we've not applied in our strategy.
And you're
then
explaining why you've
yeah.
not applied it. So and again, you might in this commentary section say an objective could have been this, but because of this theory, that doesn't seem like a good thing for us to focus on.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Anything you want to add to that, Liz?
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. The main thing is don't just find random theories that you can critique that you're not linking back into the assignment at all. Just because you're not going to have the words for it, you've only got 4,000 words total, and that's not a huge number.
But I mean, you can. We took you through so much theory yesterday, and there's a lot of overlap between those theories. There's great opportunity there to say, well, this one says this one's a slight nuance on that. Based on those two things, drew the conclusion that this would be the right approach for this situation. So bringing theories together, synthesizing them, evaluating their strengths, the areas of crossover, and applying that to your situation. That's all going to add a lot of depth to your assignments. But I think, as Liz said yesterday, start by keeping it simple.
Yes.
Because over complexity can make it very difficult to get it right.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Liz, you mentioned word count just there on 4,000 words. I think previously there was 5% extra allowed. Does that apply again?
It is. You can have up to 10%, but we would recommend not going above 5%. because if you've got 10%, then you're more likely to get slight adjustment in the mark that we give you.
Wouldn't be a huge deal, but we'd probably write a note on your marking frame for between 5 and 10%. Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's do channels then.
Absolutely. Right, I will let you actually call the appropriate
slides. Yeah. I'll call them forth.
Fantastic.
Not that one.
Okay.
Where are they? I don't know.
Lovely, jubbly. Okay, so if we move on to the first one, so what we're going to be doing this morning, we've got from now until a quarter to 11.
Till 11.
Till 11. Wow. So we've got an hour and 3/4 to look at this, but I am planning within that there'll be 3 different sort of opportunities for breakout and discussion. And so what we're going to be doing is, to start with, looking at some sort of key media theory and sort of talking around that, and then there'll be an opportunity to be really sort of thinking about that and how it applies to practice. Then we'll have a brief look at AI considerations. Now, this session runs really in conjunction with Rita Men's session the week after next. And what she's going to do is a deeper dive into social media. But she'll also, if last year is anything to go by, she'll be talking about the research that she's done into AI and using AI in practice. And so what I've done is just take a slightly different tack on that. And again, I'll be getting you to do a little bit of work around that, because I don't want to be just sort of covering the same ground as her. And then we'll have a good look at employee voice, because that came up so much really when you think yesterday about what we were talking about in terms of strategy, both the plan strategy and emergent strategy. Sort of employee voice is so central to it. So again, we'll be having a look around some theory to do with that. And if we can move on, please. How does it fit with the assignment? Okay, so these are 3 of the sections in your assignment. You've got the overall approach section, otherwise known as the strategy section. So the strategy bit of your strategy assignment. All of this is potentially going to be relevant, but it's very much at a high level. So I think that the example that Ollie gave yesterday in terms of what might be in your strategy section was really focusing on sort of leaders, line managers, and sort of building their understanding in order for them to then be sort of communicating to their people. And this would help with that in terms of when you're going to be wanting to think about what sort of media you use. So you talk in terms of it being rich media that you might be using there. Segmentation and current state is really relevant to that. And just a heads up on this, I completely agree with Ollie in what he said yesterday about that Bill Quirk model, the one with the arrow, and bang in the middle of that is where are employees now? It's something I feel quite passionate about, that you can't design a good plan or a good strategy without understanding where it is people are in the first instance. You know, we need as good an understanding of that as we do at the business need, business objective as well. So if you don't have too much of that in your draft assignments when you send them through, you will be able to expect a little note from me suggesting that you want that bit. And so obviously all the employee voice stuff will be really relevant there, because that's how we're getting to find out how people are thinking and feeling currently. And then fairly obviously, you've got that tactical session, which is more about media, timing and messaging. And we'll certainly, we'll be focusing on the media bit of that today. So there's a strong fit really with the assignment itself. Any questions about that? Because obviously, I know you're going to be making links as we go through, and I don't want you trying to do that getting in the way of sort of just thinking about what we're talking about generally. Right, so it's early in the morning. I'm absolutely knackered. Technical comms term that today, because I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm sure that none of you are particularly sort of bright and breezy yet, other than those very weird people who are morning people, which I do not understand.
It's another way in which we're entirely different.
It is, honestly. So we're going to start off with an exercise, but it's not a normal sort of exercise. Can we move on one thing, please? Right, so you probably know this already. I'm quite keen on plays, acting, all that sort of thing. And so I've got a script for you, okay? And the script is come into my office. There's 4 words in this script. Okay, so it's a line from a script. So your task in 1 minute is going to be, how many different meanings can you come up with by changing the tone of voice and the visual cues? So imagine that you're, I don't know, Benedict Cumberbatch or Olivia Colman or someone like that. So this isn't if I put an inflection on a different word, it makes a difference. That's because that's not the way that real life works. It really is. Come into my office. What's the meaning there? What meaning would you take from that? Someone's angry?
Yeah,
yeah?
Trouble.
Or come into my office. So there's another meaning that we could take from that one. And as I say, I'm going to give you a minute. Oh, I haven't got I'm going to put you on timer for this. And we're going to see which groups. So in your groups, please, 1 group at the back.
I do 2 groups because we've got 6 people on there. So
fair enough. But a minute, just think of as many different meanings like anger or salacious, seductive, or any of the others, how many you can come up with in 1 minute, starting now. You'll need to change close now. Brilliant. Well done.
Oh, I've gone to the wrong thing.
Click on him. You should be able to. Right. You'll have to do
Liz,
it,
you
Michael.
have to put me back into the.
We can't. Sorry. Because
okay.
we're in rooms. So just have a think and note it down for yourself.
Okay.
And stop. Right, okay, so we're going to see.
10 seconds, Liz.
Oh, right. Okay, you've got a sneaky 4 seconds if you want to get another one in. Right, okay, so who's got 7 meanings? Anyone got 7 meanings? Any group got 7 meanings? 6.
We have higher.
You're higher than 7. Oh my goodness, how many have you got?
9.
9 meanings. Any advance on 9 meanings? Right, okay. I want your 9 meanings, please.
You're going to say these aren't meanings. That you're in trouble.
Yeah.
That it's an inappropriate advance.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 we start with. That there's some kind of reward involved. You're getting a pay rise.
Oh, yes. Come to my office. Is there something nice back there?
That there's something confidential.
Come into my office.
That there's something a bit gossipy.
Come into my office. Yeah.
That it's sarcasm because you haven't got an office and you'll just come into my office.
Come into my office.
Yeah.
My office.
That it's like a normal one-to-one.
Come into my office.
That you're excited about something.
Come into my office.
And that it's a project, so it's defined work. It's got a piece of work for you to do.
Oh, come into my office. Okay, brilliant. Well done. Any other meanings over and above those 9?
You tell yours.
Coming from a post-communist country, to me, it's like coming to my office because like yours is bugged. So like, it's a safe space, whereas yours is not.
Excellent.
We had like a well-being caring one, like I can see
Come to
someone.
my office. Yeah. Right, we're up to 11. Excellent. Anything else on that?
I think one that Theo mentioned was a visual cue of like, come into my office, just like a really nice welcoming.
Right. Yeah, so it's just right there. Right, okay, I'll give you that one. So we're 12. Right. If we get one more, we're equaling the top number I have ever got doing this exercise. So I'm going to go online now. Is there any other meanings online?
We had secretive.
Brilliant. Right, so we're up to 13, so you are equaling the best I've ever had from this exercise. So give yourselves a pat on the back because I completely forgot to do anything like buy chocolates on the way in, and it wouldn't have been fair to the online people. Anyway,
We gave them wine yesterday here.
I know. Bribery is a very, very useful tactic in any communication strategy. Right, so why on earth have I just done that with you when we're talking about media, channels of media?
So how people interpret things differently. So what I put in a Slack, somebody might find very engaging and get meaning, and someone else doesn't.
Absolutely. It's all to do with sort of how we take our meaning from things. And there was a psychologist called Mahabrian, some of you have probably heard of him. This is ancient theory. It was from the 50s or 60s or something. And he did various experiments, and he said whenever a message has got any sort of emotive content at all, then 7% of the meaning comes from the words. The remaining 93% comes from a combination of tone of voice and facial expression.
Who said that? Sorry, Liz.
Mahabrian. Which is fascinating, isn't it? I mean, I suspect there is some, cross-cultural terms, there's some context here, because we know there are some countries that's much more neutral, tend to be much more neutral in their communication. But certainly for, for us in the UK and as a general kind of Protestant rule, then that importance of the bodily, the way we move, the way we sound is so important, which helps to explain how you fall out so quickly when you're trying to sort something out by email. Yeah, because everybody, and we can think about this in terms of bite, can't we? Immediately. So we've got what are the cues that we're taking? If we've only got the words, it's so lean in terms of the cues that we can take and try and make meaning from. So, very important. Can we go on one, please? And this really is part of the basis of the seminal theory, really, in this whole area of media and thinking about media generally. And this is media richness theory. Again, it's quite old, 1984, but it's one that still is taken as the base point that any academics working on this will work from. And in fact, with Rita's presentation, because I know I looked through it before revising mine this year, just to make sure that we weren't covering the same ground. And the ground we do cover that's identical is Daft and Lengel, because it's the start point, basically. And so we will be expecting to see this reflected in your section on your media and channels. And media richness theory is about, to what extent can a different channel, a different medium carry information. So rich media is very good at relaying immediate feedback, and synchronous, that will be a term you'll keep coming across all the time, synchronous communication. And we can engage in synchronous communication right now because we can just talk to each other, we can respond to each other. Multiple information cues, for example, the body language, the tone of voice, etc., because that gives us so much in the way of cues. Language variety. What I can be doing while I'm communicating with you right now is to be, really, I'm assessing, okay, to what extent are people really kind of in tune with what I'm saying right now? And do I need to adjust the way I say it? And I'm doing that by looking at your facial expressions and your body language. Yeah? And the ability to really personalise as well, because obviously if you're if you're with other individuals or with small groups in particular, then you've got that ability to be, so what does this mean for us? How is this relevant to us? So you can personalise this. And so what Daft and Lengel talk about is sort of the difference between rich media, which has got all of, the maximum possible of all of these, and then lean media, which essentially is relying just on the words. And they talk about actually effective communicators, effective leaders are able to choose. They're really able to think about what's going to be most appropriate in different circumstances. And if something's really straightforward, if it's just a straightforward piece of information that's being given, like, what time is lunch today, Ollie?
12:15.
12:15. It would have been fine for us just to have put up on the screen, lunch is at 12:15. It's straightforward. It's information. You need it, but we don't need to discuss it. Once it comes to talking about things like we're talking about right now, sort of how you're going to choose different media for different purposes, then you've got potential for much more what they call equivocality. So it's more complicated. There's more opportunity for misunderstanding. You really need to engage with it and think it through. And it's when you've got that more equivocal information, then it makes more sense to use richer channels. And they in their paper, guess who they draw on? Guess who they draw on? Who do they talk about? Bike. Of course, they talk about bike. So he's at the his work underpins all of this, and they talk about sort of when you'd use different options. So, for example, when you're talking about goals and strategies and employee motivation, they say, well, those aren't really clear and discrete. They need more talking through, more interpretation. Or certainly, they say, they were talking in 1984, remember, at more senior levels, you will need more equivocal communication, because you need to be really making sure everybody's completely on board with it. Sort of people have got it. And they say, well, actually, it needs to be less rich. Things about strategy and so on as it goes further down the organisation. I mean, we could have a conversation about whether or not we would now still agree with that.
Is there an argument that a leader standing up in front of a group of people and reading from a script and not particularly engaging is more lean than rich?
It says here that the criteria for ranking a medium's ability to carry information can be based on the ability of the media to relay immediate feedback, open brackets, synchronous, close brackets. This is what they told me to tell you. Yeah, I think you got it spot on. Yes, yeah. So, you need to think about, this in context, really, don't you? But the principle remains that when it's really routine, straightforward information, then actually lean is better, in fact, or certainly if you've got a lot of information, because we can't keep much information in our heads at the same time. And again, I can't remember which psychologist it was that did this. I don't know if Ollie can. The number of things you can remember.
7 plus or minus 2.
I know it's 7 or plus or minus 2, but I can't remember who said it. Ask Hilary Scarlett, she might know. But there's a finite amount of sort of ideas and facts that we can keep in our brain at any one time, which is why you get so exhausted by the end of a day like today. I always feel slightly ironic making this point. So you don't want to overload rich information. And, sort of if you've want people to look at lots of detail, then you're going to want to include lean communication as well. But we seem to have a meeting chat. Oh, right. Okay, your answer. Okay.
Amy asked a question. I'm just asking.
Fantastic.
In order not to break your flow, Liz.
Thank you very much indeed. Right. So, can we move on to the next slide, please?
There you go.
So, here's an example of this being used in practice. Okay, so this is one of my one of our students. It's actually quite old. It's a few years ago. And they produced, they were working on sort of communication packs for senior managers and, ways of supporting senior managers thinking about how are we going to communicate and when. And you will see they've got at this end, reducing uncertainty and basically sharing or getting more information or asking straightforward questions. You've got email, reports, telephone, etc. And then reducing ambiguity and clarifying, you've got at the rich end of the spectrum, and they've mapped a range of channels. Okay. Oh, the other thing that Daft and Lengel talked about is, they were looking at what types of organisation. You'll remember Bounds and Stalker? We talked about it in module 1, and Branchik referred to it yesterday. And they said you will find in more mechanistic organisations, you'll tend to get more lean channels used, and in more organic ones, it will tend to be richer because it's more complicated, which again does still sort of make sense, really. And the nicest way of this being summed up for me is rich media is good for high value, low volume communication, and lean back media is good for low value, high volume communication. And I do not have the ownership of that. It was a chap I had a lot to do with at BT, who I think invented that particular one, and I really quite like it. Right, so we are now, however, in 2026, aren't we? We're not in 1984 anymore. There's a lot more channels at our disposal. So does any of that still hold good? Well, Burchik and Burchik, who are quite prolific academics in the the communication world, a couple of years ago, they did basically a systematic review of all the papers that have been published since Daft and Lengel, looking at digital communication. And this is one of the things in that paper, is what they've done is they've, based on all those other papers that they were analysing, they've said, right, so what we've now got is that mix from lean on the one hand to you've got various channels that are more moderate and various that are more rich. And the eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that social media appears in both the moderate and the rich columns. And I think that's because actually it depends on how you're using stuff. Because, and we've all seen the blogs with the comments turned off, for example, which I would argue actually fit very firmly in the lean end of the spectrum, because again, it's just around that giving of information with no sort of interactivity at all. Tracy, you've put your hand up.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about platforms like LinkedIn, where it's typically social media because posts are quite short to medium length, but then LinkedIn is used, for example, like live sessions, which would then come into the rich category, I think, like where you're doing interactive webcast type things and Q&A sessions on topics. So is that why it might fit into both?
Yes, I think that's fair to say. What you want to do is think about the particular interaction that is happening on a platform, and a lot of platforms will have a range of potential interactions, which could range from, sort of the lean, if they are just information giving with no opportunity for dialogue, right the way through to very rich indeed. So it ain't what you got, it's the way that you
ain't what you do,
it ain't what you do, it's the way that you do it. It doesn't quite work, but it's close. Okay. So it's the actual usage of these things. And actually, if we go on one more slide, this was a study by Huang et al. And it's quite an interesting one. There's lots behind it as well, there's a whole model behind it. But what they were doing was looking at sort of intranets and portals and how they're used differently in different organisations. And these are all telecoms organisations. And they said, right, they did these studies in 3 different telecoms companies, and one, they used their intranet basically as a broadcast media. So it was, the chief executive and senior managers would be communicating out, and the aim was to get, sort of build understanding. And there was a little bit of feedback, which was moderated, to make sure nobody said anything controversial. And they talked about that as being very much a sort of a univocal form of communication. So throw another bit of jargon in for you. So, then you've got the sort of, it's like the 3 bears, this, isn't it? So we've got the one bear here that's all sort of downwards. You've got the middle bear that's more interactive. You've got both the senior managers but also project managers, etc., all actively using the intranet, and you've got more in the way of discussion going on, and they talk about that moving more towards sort of a more multivocal way of communicating. And then finally, the third of the 3 bears is one where just about everything that happens in that company happens on their portal. Sort of everyone's interacting on it. There's very little in the way of guardrails in place. There's no moderation. It's all about, they've spent years focusing on people on, you are responsible for your own personal communication. You need to take responsibility for it. Therefore, we will know who's posted everything, and it's up to you to be behaving responsibly. And they've just got this really sort of sophisticated ecosystem that's working digitally. And the thing that I find so interesting about this study is it really shows the interaction between the channel usage and culture. Because this, you can absolutely, there are some very clear symbols in that of what type of culture each of those companies has. And of course, that also is so important for us to be thinking about when we're thinking about channel use. Okay, any comments or questions so far? Now, appreciate I'm throwing quite a lot at you, but is this making sense?
It is. Can I ask?
Yes.
The audience change at all if it's lean or rich? So does that come into their theory at all? So if you're communicating with senior leaders, that might be lean, but that same message might need to be rich for others.
Okay, did everyone hear the question? Okay, so I think it is to do with the extent to which the need is to clarify equivocal, ambiguous points, concepts, information, or just to be transmitting really much more straightforward information. And so you wouldn't make a decision on the basis of seniority itself. It's not, they're in this bit of the hierarchy, so they need this sort of type of communication. It's what do we need then to be grappling with and doing. So you're very much thinking from that perspective. And indeed, what they say is that you would tend to use more equivocal, rich communication. You'd use rich communication probably more with senior managers, because they're kind of grappling with the strategy and working out how it's going to work and all the rest of it. It would be quite hard to do that just in a lean way. And, you know, it could well be that as things go through the organisation, you don't need that same level of richness because you're not going to be communicating the strategy in so much detail. It's going to be, you know, you can get away with leaner channels. I think you could also debate that as well, because we know from Bike, etc., about the importance of making sure that people have that opportunity to take ideas and discuss ideas, etc., in order to be really internalising them, you know, the social property of sense making. But yeah, does that answer your question? Good. Any other points before we take a quick gamble through a couple of other theories that help take us from 1984 right up to today? Okay, let's keep going then. So, as I say, we have Daft and Langle to start with. Then, other theorists inevitably have built on what Daft and Langle were talking about, and I have been very selective here in what I've picked out, because we could have spent an hour and 3/4 with me droning on about dozens of different theories. Ishii et al. In 2019 very kindly put together a paper that summarises kind of the development of thinking right the way through. So it's well worth looking at that and picking out which of the bits that are going to be most relevant to you. But to just mention a few of the sort of the other theories that have been built on the back of Daft and Langle. We've got Sitkin et al. In the early 1990s, and they were saying, well, yes, you know, so obviously you've got channels, they'll carry meaning, you know, data meaning, you know, we've got lunch will be at 12:15, but you can also have symbolic meaning. And what they're meaning by that is, I'll give you an example. You know, when an organisation never has sort of big face-to-face meetings, they just don't happen. And then everyone hears tomorrow there's going to be a big face-to-face meeting. What's the symbolic meaning of that? Yeah. Oh, there's bad news. And it's like the difference between, I don't know, you might be getting
have a vague title like business update as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Excuse for restructures. If you get invited to that building, that you know. That's
and that's absolutely it. That's absolutely it. And you can cut out all the boring bit about actually having to do, you know, create a presentation. Just tell everyone where building it's going to be in, and you know, everyone will be with you straight away. So that's quite an interesting one, I think, to be aware of and yeah, to think about. And then Dennis et al., they talked about media synchronicity theory. And so what they're saying is, right, so a particular or different media may be more or less good at conveyance. So this is basically the individual process that happens in our heads, okay, of making sense of something. We individually are just taking a new concept or whatever, and we're really trying to get to grips with it in our own heads. We'd have loads of individual sense making going on while we're doing that. Like, I'm guessing that all of you, as I've been talking through this, you have been thinking, and applying it to different sort of, things that are within your frame of reference. So conveyance is all about altering an individual's mental model. But then you've also got convergence. And convergence is about actually agreeing on what something means. And they talk about both of those together. So you need the conveyance so we can get it on an individual level. But you also need convergence so that we can make sure that as a group, we're really sort of coming together and jointly understanding about it. And you know, sort of what does this mean? What's the common purpose that we therefore need to go on and do? And again, you know, we can just think about within our organisational settings the need for that bringing people together, whether it's just a team or when you know, we're getting senior managers together, providing those in opportunities to be really thinking about convergence. And I mean, any sort of comments or examples there and how you would use the two things together? Because for me, there's something about, you know, we don't need, do we, for every meeting to where we are bringing people together, we're not necessarily going to be giving people all the information at that meeting for them to be things out before they go on. The chances are there's going to be about the sort of the evolution of team briefings, and sort of back in the day, it would be when you didn't have the range of channels that we have at our disposal now. Those team briefs would very much be, hopefully not the line manager standing up and saying, it says here.
Quite likely,
yeah, there's certainly the possibility of that. But you know, they would both be giving that information in the first instance, and then hopefully getting people to talk about and going for conveyance and convergence at that same meeting. Whereas increasingly, you know, as the range of channels we've had at our disposal have increased, then I think team briefings have been used more for, you know, right, find this, read this information in advance so that people are on the same, and then the actual session used for the discussion of that information. Now, clearly, that is also fraught with risk because you've got people who, in terms of learning styles, some people who are activists and you'll never get them to read a series of papers in advance. They'll come to the meeting and they'll need to be told at the meeting. And other reflectors will have read rounds widely in advance. But, you know, the principle is there.
Can it be the other way around?
Oh, expand, Richard.
Can you have a face-to-face briefing followed by key messages afterwards?
When would you do that? How would you do that? You're asking me. You're the ones that are actually doing this in organisations. I'm just telling you the theory. Blimey.
So, for example, then we would sometimes get our senior leaders together and we'd have a discussion about blah, blah, blah. And then afterwards, we would send them out some key messages to say, when you're thinking about how you might want to talk to your people about it, here's some stuff to make sure you're all on the same page.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think that's a very valid point as well, and it also plays to the point which I know came up yesterday, but I can't remember where, about making sure you've got clear shared priorities generally, and that you've got commonality in what you're going to be going on to be communicating, because otherwise in any meeting everyone will come out with a slightly different understanding
So it could
of
be
it.
conveyance, convergence, conveyance.
I'm seeing a little bit of critical analysis coming into your assignment straight away. Excellent. Yeah. I mean, these are just, like we said yesterday, these are just general models, okay? They're oversimplifications. That's what a model is. Because if it actually reflected everything, it would be that thing. Excellent. So there's various other theories as well, and things like the Richard Lean media, Dart and Lengel, and then media synchronicity theory. Those are very much about what the capacities of the channels themselves, of the media themselves to do things. But there's also lots of choices that people will make as well. And the ICM paper is very good at this. And so for example, social influence, personal experience, you know, sort of culture, we do it this way, this is what the expectations are. Generally speaking, leaders will migrate towards giving negative messages via a rich channel rather than a lean one. Hopefully, I would say we're all aware of the examples where they haven't done that and the consequences of that thing. And yeah, there's a Braun, the point at the bottom here. He did a study which was looking at, you know, sort of expectations, and people typically want to have richer communication from their managers, and you know, they see their managers as being more effective. You know, they build better relationships with them generally if you haven't just got some so-and-so who's forever emailing you and instructing / criticising via email. But I think we can all agree on that one, can't we? Okay, let me press on, so I'd really like to get us to our first discussion shortly. So, how's this going so far? Is this okay? Can you see how you can make this relevant to your assignment? Can you see how you can make it relevant to real life? Excellent. Teo.
All the channels that were explained earlier were organic channels. So we have people discussing with people. What about synthetic ones? So when you have an AI video, which is still a CIO, but it's the kind of AI impersonation of that, does that change in any way the perception of the type of channel? Right. It can be like rich, but it's not. It's not.
I think that's a question to ask Rita Men, okay, because she's been doing a lot of research into AI use of channels, and I'll be honest, I don't know of a study that has compared an AI persona with an actual person. I could make guesses, but it would just be my guesstimate.
I have some stuff.
Have you got
on
anything?
The trustworthiness of AI generated communication.
I see index like 2 years ago they published it.
I think they did put some stuff in there. I've got some academic work that's on the same topic. So I've got a few papers I can probably pop into Sol for you to take a look at. I cover some of it in the next module when we look at future of work, but it's probably relevant here actually. Probably this year's the first time it is relevant here. So yeah, there's a couple of papers on that. I'll pop them into Sol.
And one other question. I don't know if anybody else gets this type of request, but people don't have a lot of podcasts written lately, and also I don't know how a podcast will fit in that specific structure. But we do get a lot of requests of doing leadership podcasts.
So your leadership podcast. Well, let's think about this. So what have we got? Can we go right the way back to the original Daft and Lengel?
That's
right. So does a podcast provide the opportunity to relay immediate feedback? Is it two-way? Right. Does it provide multiple information cues? Well, it's certainly richer than written, isn't it? So it's probably at a moderate level, I'd suggest there. Language variety, can the person who's creating the podcast, can they vary their language depending on who they're communicating with? Certainly if you've got targeted podcasts, you can think about the language you're using. And can you really personalise a podcast? You can to the target group, can't you? But you can't so much to actual individuals. So where do we think it will fit in that lean, moderate, rich?
Moderate.
I think it would be moderate myself. Yeah. So I think, and these, if you're talking just about media richness itself, then going back and thinking, right, what were the criteria that Daft and Lengel were talking about? And that's a good way of sort of making a judgment on that, I think. Right, can we go go forward again, please?
You were up to that one.
Go back one. Right. Yeah. So I'll speed up a bit. Satisfaction with internal communication channels, because obviously that's also something that we're very interested in. We want to know that whether or what people's preferences are, what satisfies them. And Virchik and Virchik did a study in 2011 of digital natives, and they were expecting to find that sort of social channels were going to be preference. What they actually found was that it was the sort of there was rich and moderate channels that people liked most, and at that stage it was meetings and email. I suppose you could call email a moderate channel. I'm not sure I would, but that was what they were saying. People at that stage were liking most. Then in 2020, they did it all over again and again. Right, there's more digital natives in the workplace now. Things are bound to have changed. And they found that actually the where you've got rich and moderate channels, then that the data shows that you're actually likely to be more satisfied by those. It's much more mixed for the leaner channels, and traditional media still affects satisfaction more than new media. Amy.
Yes, I was wondering with this if there'd been anything looked into with the demographic of this, because if it's a similar age group, for example, or that might be why it hasn't moved on so much, if people are comfortable with what they're using.
That was what they were looking at. They were specifically looking at people who were digital natives, and the fact there were more digital natives in the workplace, and they were expecting to see a shift in perception, but they actually didn't, which came as a surprise to them. And actually, it's interesting. I know any time I've had any students that have been looking at this, sort of in their their management reports or whatever. Again, it's surprising the extent that actually more traditional methods, particularly richer face-to-face opportunities, are coming up as a preference still. So And as Birdchick and Birdchick say, this really doesn't mean don't introduce new media. It's not saying that at all. It's just saying you probably are going to carry on needing a mix, and there'll be certain things that you will want to convey via traditional media, since all generations of employees seem to prefer it. And this time round, what they said, the rich and moderate media, were video chats, team building meetings, other meetings, town hall meetings, blogs, corporate social networks, specially developed applications for IC, and organised chats with top management. Whereas things like printed newsletters, all employee meetings, memos, mail, and organisation boards do not have any relationship with internal communication satisfaction. So it is counterintuitive, but it seems to indicate that actually what people will do at home and their preferences in the workplace will be slightly different.
And is this affected by also the people that you would choose? So you might want to choose a rich channel to deliver the message, but if the leader that is best to deliver that message doesn't fit well with that channel, so for example, they're really bad at delivering messages face to face or on video and things like that, how do you then kind of deal with that challenge?
Yeah, and that's, you know, these studies were not looking at that specifically. They were just looking at overall preferences overall. But, you know, I think that that's a perfectly valid thing to be thinking about, because you can, let's face it, you can have really good rich media, and you can have really good lean media, and you can have rubbish in both. You know, you can have the article or the, you know, the blog post or whatever that is so difficult to read that you can't get your head around it. It just seems completely irrelevant. So there is something about, yeah, you know, we need to make sure that we're thinking about the quality of the channels as well. But this is
sorry, Liz.
Yeah, sorry.
Before you move on, can I just check? Did you say I got that you said things like printed newsletters and information boards don't positively impact employee comm satisfaction, but did you say all employee meetings? Yeah. As in like a business update webcast that goes to thousands? Are you saying that doesn't positively impact?
To them, all employee meetings will not improve. From the study they did, there was no statistical relationship between all employee meetings and people being satisfied. So you know, when there's thousands of people, all of whom are getting the same message that isn't being personalised at all, then it's unlikely to really make people feel, oh wow, that was really effective communication.
Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, thank you.
It didn't have any implication on their studies, because I noticed that was published in 2020. So was there any?
Yeah. So let's move on. No, so I'm just watching time as well. So what's happened since? So there's a couple of studies here. Spoljaric. Last year, and this is. It's not the most in-depth article, I have to say, but it's fairly easy to read. It's, you know, all of this is on your reading list. Was looking specifically at the relationship between adoption of digital channels and employee satisfaction with channels, and unsurprisingly, the finding was people need to know how to use them well. They need to have the skills. And there needs to be organisational support for that. So, you know, sort of making sure people have got the training, the education, etc., that they need, and that the channels are very accessible. You know, all of that will help improve satisfaction, but you still need to think about what their overall preferences are. So I don't think there's any surprises there, but you know, again, it's recent data. And then Birchik and Birchik have looked again in 2025 at channel selection, and this time they were also bringing in theory. They were looking at they were looking at media richness theory, but they were also looking at media affordances perspective, which basically means what can digital channels do? What functionality do they have? So they talked about editability of messages, asynchronous conversation, broad dissemination of information. So they're looking both at the capability of the media and also at satisfaction generally. And once again, they did another study. They were really looking at hybrid workplaces and what people tend to prefer. And they found that when you compare digital and face-to-face, that immediate satisfaction is higher with face-to-face because digital lacks the emotional richness that face-to-face has. So they, you know, it's lean media like email, etc. is okay for routine tasks, but you need more than that in order to have that meaningful human interaction. So they said in this study, long-term reliance on digital communication alone may have unintended consequences, particularly regarding organisational commitment and employee engagement. That was their conclusion. So they talk about actually technology needs to enhance rather than replace the human elements in workplace communication. And they also say, and you need to make sure that people have the skills to be using it. As the saying goes, this isn't a saying I've ever heard before, but I'm going to adopt it. High tech demands high touch. Boom, boom. So, any thoughts, comments on any of that? And so we'll go on to the next study, and I'm going to cover this one fairly quickly. So this is one that came out a couple of months after their previous one. It came out in November of last year. And what they were doing here was looking at, they did experiments in an organisation, trying different forms of communication and assessing their effectiveness. And they were looking at whether a message was emotionally neutral or emotionally negative. So what they did was they got groups of people together and they talked to them about eating in the workplace, healthy eating in the workplace. And so the emotionally neutral sort of presentations that they did were about what healthy eating in the workplace was, and the emotionally negative ones were some people have been observed not eating healthily. Some people were eating chips. They didn't say some people were eating chips, but that's my interpretation of it. And what they found was that actually the sort of the satisfaction and recall with the face-to-face, the rich channels, was best with the emotionally neutral message. So if you're just talking about healthy eating in the workplace generally, that was seems to be working best face-to-face. But where they had a video call, in order to give the emotionally negative message. So some of you are not making the healthiest choices in the workplace. Then they found that people remembered that message better via the video presentation, which was only one way, than they did the face-to-face one. So, being told off about your eating habits, the inference is you would be better to use a video call, so Zoom or Teams or whatever, and which is only one way, but with the cameras on, so you can see the presenter. That would be better than a face-to-face meeting, because there's less emotional stuff getting up. You know, maybe in the face-to-face ones, people were pushing back a little bit, and it meant that people's recall wasn't as good at the end of the day. And so,
just push back, you just don't know about it. So you just watch the video and think, what an idiot. But you're just not saying that to that person.
I have to say, I'm not wholly convinced by this particular study, because their conclusion is actually where there is an emotional content, it may be better to use a digital format rather than a face-to-face format. And I mean, we were talking about it earlier, weren't we? And we were thinking, well, this is probably contextual, really, because it might be, you know, with something that isn't too emotive, like what are you eating in the workplace, that a digital format would work very well. When it comes to something like a layoff or a restructuring, which they actually do mention in here, then I'm not convinced myself.
I think with well-being, like for me, the healthy eating, or if they do like, I don't know, cancer prevention type well-being courses, it's quite personal. So maybe if you're receiving the information in your own space, you're a bit more receptive to being like, oh yeah, I did have an extra bowl of chips, whatever it was. So yeah, Leo, you're a bit more like reflective in your own space than maybe putting on kind of a face in a public space.
I think it's exactly that.
Yeah.
It's the social aspect of it. Like, you decrease the risk of embarrassment or discomfort, and therefore people's attentiveness goes up a little bit. But I think there's a really limited range of context in which that applies.
Or ability to retain that information that say, I just really apply to.
Which is what you're likely to do, right? Because I don't know about you guys, I'm going to eat chips no matter what they tell me.
Yeah.
Like chips.
Yeah. Exactly.
Also, who is it better for? Because with some negative messages, it might be better for the leader to be able to hide behind the video screen and to not have to face backlash or to know how people feel it. But it's not better for.
I think, when I read this, I thought, I think there's risks associated, all sorts of risks associated with this. I thought it was worth putting in the slide pack because it is very recent. Data on, sort of work that's been done on channels. But yeah, a nice piece of critical analysis group generally. Let's move swiftly on, and we will talk about line managers just very, very quickly. Quirk is great here. In making the connections, he uses his version of it. It goes down and with an arrow back up. I've just amended the picture slightly, but this is around sort of the communication process. He talks about it in chapter 1. He also talks about it in the chapter which is about line managers as part of our communication process. And he talks about the importance of using line managers, and we can see that, can't we, through all of Lee Rich. It really points to to that. And he talks about, well, sort of the organisation needs to make sure it's using a range of sort of channels to be communicating effectively to people, but it's line managers that are critical when it comes to thinking about context and helping people, talking through with people, what does this mean for us? What are the implications for us? But he also highlights, and I could hug him for it, that line managers need the opportunity to have done that themselves. And you looked at this in your academic posters, and this is going to be so relevant when it comes to your assignment this time, I suspect, thinking about how do you support those line managers in making sure that they can really play their part in richer communication. And he talks about the importance as well of line managers having those communication skills, those facilitation skills. So they're no longer presenting, it says here, but they are just really generating conversations. And that, ideally they are feeding back sort of through the organisation, though he does say they tend to be less good at that. But that chapter on the line manager is well worth a read. He has all sorts of practical hints and tips about sort of making sure line managers can communicate effectively. At which point, talking about conversation, I think it's well past the point where I'd hoped we'd get onto this. I'm running slightly late. So I would like to give you I think I'm just going to give you 10 minutes, okay, but have a general reflection about what we've looked at, because I've covered quite a lot of theory. But what I want you to be doing is really thinking about, okay, so in practice, in my assignment, what about, sort of the media richness theory, the role of the line manager, and the more you make links with sense-making and culture, we've been making them as we go through, but that would be good as well, just to start to move from conveyance to a little bit of convergence. Okay. Yeah.
How's everyone doing temperature-wise in here? Is it a bit cold?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Do something about that.
A tiny bit of feedback before we move on. Any key points or a key point from the group at the back?
So we were talking a little bit about the difference with like the rich media and the lean media, and when you were talking about like the different preferences people had, and we were thinking about that might depend on the purpose of the communication. And I was thinking back to yesterday where we had the different types of things that you might want to talk about, such as like just raising awareness versus selling versus co-creation, and that might then help direct which type of media you might want to use.
Yeah. No, I think that makes sense, that there's different things that you'll be thinking about. So both that kind of that spectrum from the pure straightforward information to the complexity of the rich stuff, but also what it is you're aiming to be achieving. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Carry on.
I was just going to say, we were also talking about the line managers and how obviously they play a very important role.
Yes.
But it does feel like there's quite a common challenge in giving them the time to make sense of the information themselves, Obviously, it's ideal, but I think there's lots of like practical challenges from actually being able to give them time.
And it's about how important it is, really, isn't it? If it's not that important, that people do really see the implications for them, because we know that the line management route is the most effective way of doing that. If it's not that important, then the business can just make a decision not to do it. But it's to do with, what's the risk of not doing it, really, I guess. But no, I do recognise the challenges as well. And I think it's that thinking back, isn't it, to, well, what is it we're trying to achieve here? Sort of what is it we want people to be thinking, feeling, doing in order to be supporting the business objective? What's the best way of doing that? And, sort of if you've got a cogent argument for actually, in order to achieve this, we need to be making sure we've got that depth of understanding and local implication, then you can start to build more of a business case for investing in that time. Excellent. Middle group.
We kind of split off in our conversation with this one, but we were talking about how this kind of theory that we've discussed this morning applies to the assignment that we're going to go through.
Yeah.
The opportunities of, certainly from my perspective, having had a leadership change just last week, how we've gone from lean media to a leader who would very much want a rich media. So how do we position that in the right way, but also how sense-making implications in a recent example I had before Christmas, when communicating a message of change, how what I would assume to be the right channel in terms of face-to-face conversation when you're talking to someone wasn't the case. So that kind of assumption of how you think something's going to go, and the challenges of it not happening that way. And being quite interesting.
Interesting. Okay. How about the group online? One key point from you.
We had a little bit of excitement, I think, across the group in that we were like seeing how this can fit in our organisations, and Amy talked about the impact to line managers. It was just making a lot more sense to us than not necessarily done yesterday, but because this is a lot more linked to what we do day to day, we're starting to piece all of the bits together. It's helping us join the dots. So I think we're seeing and feeling how we can use it in our assignment and how we can apply it internally as well.
Excellent, excellent. And of course, it does absolutely link with what you were talking about yesterday, because when you're talking about things like change and so on, then these are the nuts and bolts of the ways we can be helping support that change. So fantastic. And last but not least, this group.
So Vicky and I both reflected that we've done comms surveys, and actually people have said they prefer lean comms, and so our reflection was maybe that a lot of noise, and so actually it's how then do you cut through that noise. And then we started talking about some different examples of how people have done that in different ways, including posting to employees' homes to mixed response.
I can imagine. And actually, we can all sorts we could pick up from that directly. But what I'm going to use it as an opportunity to do is to segue into the next little conversation we'll have, and we'll just have this conversation in the room. So if we can move on one further, please, to a very quick nod to AI. And the way we're going to look at it this afternoon, Rita will be looking at it in a different way, is the relationship between AI and overload. And you were just talking about the fact that there is just so much out there. And this is all based on a Forbes article. which and it's not, you know, it's not research based, it's a think piece, but it's an interesting think piece. And they're coming from the premise that AI is fueling information overload because everybody can, you know, easily research stuff and bung it out there. And so, you know, and when you can do it, you do it. And it's, you know, sort of, we've always had it, haven't we? With, you know, every project team known to man or known to person, from their first meeting, they decide they really need to have a newsletter stroke page on the internet, whatever it is, and then that all goes out, and then you never hear from them again. And now this is another, you know, sort of manifestation of saying everyone's chucking stuff out there. And there's also the issue of AI is potentially fogging people's thinking. And you've got hallucinations. Now that's going to, you know, that is improving. You know, AI is going to get better at not lying through its teeth. But, you know, you've got a level of hallucinations, and you've also, because we can just get hold of data so quickly now and skim through it and move on to the next thing, there are potential sort of cognitive consequences to that, and there's any number of papers about potential for cognitive decline and that sort of thing. But obviously it's got such fantastic possibilities as well. And so what the Forbes article is saying is, well, what organisations really need to do is to be piquing people's curiosity and their critical thinking. And so, you know, they say, well, really what organisations need to do, and I thought this was interesting because, you know, well, so what does this mean for us? So actually encourage people to ask better questions. When they are, you know, sort of they put their prompts into AI, they're looking at, you know, the sources they've got. How reputable are those? How much can we rely on those? Are there alternative ways of looking at it? You know, if this is a source, how does it actually fit with what our goal is? Are there other sources? Are there different perspectives? You know, actually actively asking AI for that, which I found fascinating because I thought, well, blimey, what are we doing in the masters, really? We're asking you, what's the source? Have you got a reputable source or not? To what extent does this actually help answer the assignment question? How does it fit with the goal? And then, do you have multiple sources, opposite perspectives, and you're coming to some critical analysis as to what you're thinking? So in a way, what the article is saying, well, actually, the organisations need to be embedding those skills in people generally. So we can really get the value from AI. And they say, well, you know, actually leading by example. So we put out less in the way of meetings and emails and all the rest of it, make sure that updates are clear, but also, well, having topic summaries, dashboards with links to the reputable sources, that all of that will be helpful. And then they have this suggestion that it will be good if teams experiment with what information adds value and what just is just clutter, which is great when it's, you know, having a good old look round AI and so on. Possibly when we're putting out material which we consider is important, there might be a little bit of a risk there. And I thought I'd just literally 5 minutes, throw it open. Any thoughts? What are people doing? You know, these questions that you're grappling with at the moment. Yeah. So no, we'll go to you, and then who was it? Was that?
It was Tracy.
Right. So I'll come to you in just 1 second, but Vicky first.
Yeah, this is also interesting. So American Express, they've been doing the rollout everybody was asking for it, like 90,000 people. There was such a high interest in wanting AI. They were really careful with it because obviously the nature of work and information we work with, we have to be careful of data loss, etc. I would say they're doing a very good job at asking better prompts, checking your resources. They're putting training out to support people. But the messaging gets a bit disconnected. Being in the tech org, our exec VP, he loves it. He's like, everyone should be using it. You should put everything into ChatGPT. Like, you should absolutely see what it can automate for you. And he's more thinking just in terms of the efficiency gains rather than maybe some of this like, hey, it's fogging thinking. It's not always that accurate with what's coming through on it. So it's just been very interesting to see how they're approaching it. Oh, and sorry, that's the other point that I had. One of their directors, he's using it for his communications, and it's an absolute bugbear because he's then sending us these really long, detailed, strategic comms that he thinks sounds amazing. But I think, Sam, it was your point where it's like you don't need to communicate this stuff. Like, it's not actually impacting anyone on what you were saying. So,
and I think that's that for us. This is sort of part of the key, isn't it? You know, what are the implications? Because obviously everyone's using it to make the job easier and to get rid of some of the dross work and all the rest of it. But it's these more kind of knotty questions I think are so interesting. Tracy.
So obviously I work for a global IT company, right? And we've been using AI for quite some time. We've got our own Fujitsu branded version called Chat AI. We've also got a partnership with Microsoft. So we have a select number of us have been using Copilot in our roles. That's been massively successful to the degree that about 2 weeks ago, the company's just announced full rollout of Copilot across 110,000 employees. So there's a massive, massive push and drive. We've got a program called AI for All, and it's primarily around efficiencies, helping people do things quicker, better. But it's never sold to us as in you should use AI to replace something. It's around if there's a process that's like quite a bit mundane, you can write a prompt and it'll help you go through something a bit quicker. So it's about using it in a sensible way to free up time for you to do some more value add stuff. But from a comms perspective, like I would never put something into AI, let it churn out something and use it. It's around it helping you pull information a bit quicker and then helping you contextualize something and then apply your local knowledge. So you would never write something for a senior leader and then just send it out as, I don't know who said it, but as it was just described in the room. It's around take the best bits from it and then apply it and apply your local knowledge and oversee. So it's just about that speed.
No, and I think you're absolutely right. It is about it. With the potential efficiency gains are absolutely massive, and the getting rid of the dross and all the rest of it. It is as well, though, thinking about. So what about this question of critical thinking, etc.? Do we have a role to play in that? Because, you know, I think it's almost, we've been getting to grips with the usage of it, and now it's like, okay, so let's think about how do we manage the risk. Sorry, because I have a couple of other hands online, and then I'll come over to you, Kat. Megan next.
Hi, yeah, just a quick one really. So one of my role, my team look after comms, but we also look after education, sort of general capability from an advisor point of view. And one of the channels that we're about to launch is this AI avatar, which is basically we're recording a model. They're going to, you know, do their mannerisms and whatever. And we're going to feed our internal content into it. And it's not going to be used from a comms point of view so much as getting information on products and things so that they can reduce the amount of time from an advisor point of view on the shop floor, reduce the amount of time that they're looking for information. So I think in some ways, back to, I guess, the efficiency, we're reducing time off the shop floor and therefore increasing sort of interaction with customers. But one of the features that this company offers, which we're not going to use it for, is for you to record say a senior leader in your business, and then you have this avatar that you can then plug any script into and make it say whatever you want it to say. And they were trying to sort of tout it as this great tool for when you've got CEOs that are hard to get hold of. You don't need them to record anymore because now you've got them, you record them once and then you can make them say anything. But it just feels, I know it feels so I'd go just not authentic.
At all, is there?
Yeah, so
the trust response would be interesting to see what you get from that, because we've done that with our Fujitsu Technology and Service Vision. Our internal training was like a quick 15-minute video, and we used an avatar for it just to show that's what AI could do to save time and stuff. But then the feedback, we never intended for it to replace anyone. It was just an example of what it can do. And the feedback was around people don't trust it, they didn't like it, you could see it wasn't genuine, and of course you can't replace a person with stuff like that, so it'd be really interesting to see what feedback you get.
Liz, just quickly, I've used that for a client actually, and it went really well because it allowed us to translate the message into it's an international client in like 40 countries, right? And actually we were just really upfront and honest about it. The CEO had written the script. I mean, he'd written the script, and done it, and we'd used that so they could hear from him in their own language. And actually the feedback was pretty good, that we were trying to reach them in their own native language rather than just always being in English. Now, I think about this and I think if we hadn't have told them, like, for me, that's quite obvious, right? If you're popping out someone who can speak 30 languages, there are probably people like that in the world, but it's unlikely. What then happens when you're in person, face to face, without AI to support you? Like he could turn up to the office and it turns out he can't speak Mandarin, and that's then that's when I think the trust is. I think if you're super upfront and super honest and you explain your intent, what you're trying to do. With my experience, I know it's only one example. Actually, it was pretty well received because they saw it as us trying to make an effort to them.
That was part of the motivation. I don't know if this is a bit of a off comms example, but if anybody watches the morning show on Apple TV, there's a big section in there. It's a Jennifer Aniston, Reese Witherspoon thing. They're bringing the news to people in a way. It's about personalizing the content, so you can choose your avatar, you choose the news that you want to hear, and then they come to you in your own language. And that's where we kind of got the inspiration for this platform. So we are definitely looking at the language side, Chris, and in terms of how we can talk to customers in different ways where the advisor perhaps doesn't have that skill set. But yeah, I'll update you all as the project goes on.
And one of the things that really popped into my head with the first example you gave of the avatar and just sort of in product information, etc. is, really good lean information. I was just cross-referencing some of the things to be thinking about there. Fascinating. Right, Kat had a point, then Georgie had a point, then I've got a point for Ollie, because I'm going to run out of time. I'm going to integrate employee voice into the engagement stuff this afternoon. Okay, I think that is the most sensible way of doing this and doing justice for everything, so I know how to do that. I know I'll be able to do that. Okay. So, right, because there feels like there's a lot of energy in the room, and I don't want to be like, oh no, sorry, we've just got to move straight on. Kat.
Mine was just a quick point in that when we're looking at AI strategy, we're focusing on students, and actually as part of the outcome of the student focused kind of project group, they're developing a whole course for students on critical thinking and like delivering that to students to enable their ability, but they're actually not even thinking about that on the staff side. So just the kind of like, maybe I can help them do that like as a strategy, but it's interesting that is their approach on the student side, but it's just not something that they're thinking about on the productivity and efficiency side of things.
Interesting. Georgie, I think you had a point as well.
No, other people mentioned the same stuff. All good.
Okay.
Because maybe just a clarification, maybe this was addressed previously, I'm not sure, but I mean, when we talk about AI at the moment, we're primarily like talking about generative AI, right? But as a matter of fact, I mean, we have so much other AI that we're using on a regular basis. For instance, you go into your Viva Engager Teams, there's a translate button, which uses AI to generate translations. And companies like mine, which will have a lot of people that don't speak English as a first language, this is a huge help to people because it actually helps us communicate with one another, and where otherwise communication would be impossible. That being said, I also thought of the example with the kind of video of the kind of CEO personality who's speaking in various languages. We've done a recording, but we use subtitles actually for that in various languages. And again, AI did the subtitles rather than us, but we thought it was maybe a different way of approaching this because we knew, or we felt that the CEO experience would be authentic. It was still coming in the language that he spoke in and that he can speak. Which was English, and but it was subtitles, so that would be accessible to different people across the different parts of the organization. So
all sorts of benefits. Just to come back though to the sort of the points I made originally, the provocations I made originally, and the overload issue with everyone can do their own thing and share it with the world. And I can't remember which of you were saying that you had a senior manager that was putting out their own.
Yeah.
Right.
He wasn't pulling it out, but when we're saying we've got a content requirement, he's like, here's what I've drafted. Like, no. Like, we're not going to be using that. No.
Are other people getting that overload issue? And how are you? Because that's something as well. Because we're talking about, sort of all the different aspects of it. But this is something which I suspect, as people become more and more proficient at it, everyone's going to be bunging this. And we can see it within social media, externally, generally, can't we? We're so now drowning in a sea of information and misinformation, and then we'll get into our own social bubble and we'll just stay there. And what are we going to do to, help manage that? Teo, you've got a point.
I just want to add, it's not only the overload of information, it's the exact same tone of voice. So if you use AI, it's written in a specific way. We thank you for your collaboration. This is crucial for our success! ! Overload. So it all sounds exactly the same. It's so easy to spot something like that. And for us, that's how we're starting the conversation, because you don't want to say to a head of or senior manager, this is shit. You just say, hey, by the way, your tone of voice is exactly the same with this form sent by another person because they use the exact same AI. So should we work together and make it more personal to you? And then that's our gateway into the conversation generally.
Okay. Does that help with the potential overload issue? That's what I'm just trying to narrow down to.
With the overload, we're just going back to the strategies. It's helping the strategies, and based on the strategy, yes, no. If it's not, then it didn't change the. More people are doing their own comms, but when it comes to firm-wide comms or strategic comms, we're always going back to the strategy. They cannot deny that. So that's the easiest way.
I guess it also comes down to availability of channels for people to use. So Engage is our online platform, and we've not done it yet, but Microsoft tell us that we can dial down people. So if you've got a leader that is like really churning it out on Reddit, you can hit the background. You don't censor them, but you can just turn them down.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I think that's definitely one of the potential consequences, that the job that we've typically done of prioritizing the stuff we want to land with employees, that's increasingly going to be personalized and automated. The degree to which the organization will be in control could be in question, because we're all using the same small group of technology platforms to make those decisions for us, and effectively they decide what functionality does or does not end up landing with your employees. All you probably get to decide as an organization is whether you go early or late on some of the new features. It's just an interesting dynamic. It does provide people with potentially a much more personalized source of information that's relevant to their needs and interests and job. but the degree to which the organisation can intentionally control that could be quite heavily undermined.
Yeah. Whoa! Wow, that's a happy point to almost end on. I'm going to go to Tracy to just lift the mood a bit before we go for coffee.
Thanks. So just a final bit. Some of what we're talking about here, I don't see as being AI overload, because it's the channels that are available that people can put there with or without AI. It isn't AI putting stuff there automatically. It's people behind it overusing channels in not necessarily the most effective way. So I don't see that AI is at fault there.
Right. Okay.
There's definitely choices that individuals make. It's the production of information is easier. Gives them more opportunity to share more. Yeah. And you're right, Tracy, if that's done irresponsibly, that's a human decision.
But the information overload, it can actually help you manage information overload much better oftentimes with AI. I mean, there's sometimes you're forwarded a conversation that's been going on for a while, and you're like, how do I even begin to make sense of it? And you have your Copilot friend that just summarizes it for you. Or the same with, like, you have things like market reports and things like that where I'm looking for content, and so I will say, give me I'll specify what it is, and I'll tell it please and reference the page that it's on, so I can go back to that particular page and see if it's really there. But I'm not going to be reading through 300 pages of the whole thing. So.
Yeah, but have you seen that meme that's the continuous cycle of that, where it's like, I'll type up a 20-page report, send it to Richard, who'd be like, I don't have time to read this, summarize it into 5 points for me. And then you send it on to somebody else. I send it on to Gary, and Gary's like, I need more details. Give me more context on this. Constantly, like,
I think that speaks to at the ONS and across government. It's about responsible use, and teaching that. And that's where we get to benefit from the use of AI.
Yeah.
Because for me, it's a massive win, and it has practical implications. It has creative implications. We had 1,000 licenses, which we tested about a year and a half ago, and then we continuously monitored the people's use, and then did surveys about the use, and actually there was a massive benefit for people who came from the neurodiverse grouping. So there was like lots of benefits that people hadn't thought about, but it's all about responsible use.
Absolutely. Which I think links back into that curiosity and critical thinking as well, just upping the levels of that. And on that positive note, we're going to finish on a high rather than a low. As I say, the employee voice bits are filled into the employee engagement stuff this afternoon because it's so central to that anyway. But I think we're ready for a break, and then Chris introducing measurement to us at 11:15. So, happy copying.
We're not having Fujitsu laptops anymore. They're not making them for us to use. So for 20 odd years, I've always had this little infinity symbol on my Fujitsu stuff, and I'm like, can't bring myself to look at that box, honestly.
Let's restart. Chris, are you going to run the slides from where you are, or do you want me to do it from here? I'm happy either way.
Maybe I'd run them from here. It's probably easier, right, for me, rather than next slide, Ollie. Although that does sound, it has got its appeals.
It sets up a power structure, doesn't it? So that sounds run from where you are. So we have got lunch at 12:15, but we are going to continue this session for 45 minutes after lunch as well, I think. So you've got much time to use. We're in your hands, Chris.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I don't use PowerPoint at all anymore. I've gone full giggle. Can I just say, first of all, like listening to you as students, like critical think and challenge and ask questions is amazing. Makes me a little bit nervous for this session, but it's really good. And as Liz was hinting at with that last AI slide, for me, it's going to be a more and more important skill to have, especially for IC people. I did this master's maybe 8-9 years ago, so I also appreciate just how intense these 2 days are. So I'll try and keep this as engaging as possible. But we're going to talk a little bit about measurement now for the next hour and then half hour after break. Let me set myself a timer so I'm on it. And we'll cover all of these things as best we can. But I wanted to start with a conversation, and apologies, I can't see anyone in the room, so please shout out, and then online we can do the hands and stuff like that. But as I see pros at the moment, like what do you currently measure? And there's no right or wrong answer here. Just interested to see what you do at the moment.
Views and time spent on specific pages.
Views and clicks on specific pages, was that? Sorry.
Time spent on pages.
Oh, time spent. Thank you. Megan?
So I guess with like digital channels, we do a lot of like vanity metric stuff. So like, I don't know who it was in the room. So clicks, views, length of time spent on different bits of content. We have more recently started looking at more like behavioral changes. So when we've had a particular intervention, has it had like desired change in behavior? Or from a sales point of view, particularly with it being advisors on counter, we look at things like, and appreciate that we're not solely responsible for this. There's lots of things that contribute, but things like items per transaction, average transaction value, as well as sort of broader sales data.
Cool. Okay. Georgie, I think you were next. You're on mute, Georgie, sorry.
Good Lord, sorry. I thought that telepathically somebody was going to put sensible words in my mouth. We measure some of the same stuff that you've already described, but we also try to do sort of, I suppose, softer evaluation of the feedback we get when we go out to things, and we kind of do that more as write-ups rather than sort of like numbers, basically.
Okay, so more qualitative than quantitative. Okay, Amy?
So we do a lot of your email reads, all this kind of your open click rates and stuff, but we're really trying to move away from that. Our leaders like it because they view it as a measurement success, so we're really trying to educate them away from that, much more towards behavioral change and outcome-based thinking. So this includes using the COM-B model to identify barriers and where communications can come in, building those comm strategies and then measuring, okay, where we can have an impact on those barriers, are we starting to show that shift? So that's where we're starting to move to, creating strategies based on where we can make a business difference.
Cool. How are your leaders responding to that shift?
They were not keen at first, but once they've started to see the measurement, now they start to like it. So we're met with battles right at the beginning, because actually what we're finding is a lot of leaders are taking it away. Oh, my team did an article and it got 1,000 views to their top leaders. So, you know, these little things are tick boxes that they like to include themselves. Or I did a post on our all company Viva Engage and 6,000 people liked it. I'll put that in my objectives. So it's this kind of things that we're starting to move away from, or trying to. And the leaders where we've spent real time with their teams building what those barriers are, or exploring with them what the barriers are with different audiences, with the teams that are the experts, such as safety teams, but then going to frontline and doing the research with them as well, and then being able to build those barriers they can resonate with, that they themselves have not been able to pull out necessarily, and to dig deeper into those is being received positively. But it takes time. It takes time to step away and to do it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Tina, I'll come to you a second. Is there anyone else in the room in London?
Maybe I could say, just to follow up on kind of like measuring views on posts, we measure views on posts on Viva Engage, but not entirely for the reason that we want to present this to the management, but it's because we only adopted the tool last year, and everybody kept saying, oh, nobody's reading this. And so we use this measurement to tell them, actually, people are reading this, people are engaging with this.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
We've started looking at, we had this theory that if you send out surveys, so we do a lot of the quantitative stuff, but you send out surveys to get opinions, you tend to get responses from people that like answering surveys. So we've started cold calling people, which takes up a lot of time. But so you pick the thing, you use it for the stuff that you're really interested in, make a difference. But it's fascinating. You can get a totally different view because you're getting people that wouldn't normally give an opinion.
That is super cool. Time consuming, but super cool. I love that you're starting to do that. Tina.
Tracy, sorry.
Tracy, sorry.
It's all right, Chris. We measure attendance rates at events. We look at how many thousands have been invited versus how many attend. And then during sessions, there'll be like live polls, or there'll be just a short, sharp few questions at the end, like 3 questions. People give scores, and we measure those as well.
Okay. So my personal measurement going forward is how many times I call you Tina versus Tracy. So let's see how I do. Apologies. Right. So why would you measure? Well, and this is in Quirk's book. I know we're all a fan of Quirk. Helps replace opinion with fact. Kind of depends what you're measuring, really, because some of that might still be opinion. Demonstrates what's working, where adjustments may be needed. I think this is super important in the context of change communication, what we heard about yesterday. So measuring as you go along, so then you can adapt and change and see where people are on the change curve. And then also, proves the value and stuff like that. So what stops us from measuring? So this report was in 2016, but to be honest with you, I look at this report almost every year, or the Gallagher State of the Sector report. It doesn't really change. Most internal comms people don't do measurement. Now, what has started to change is the reason why. So it used to be it was too difficult to do. I still think that's probably a large reason. What we hear now as one of the main reasons is we don't have time to do it. And actually, I'm really sorry, but the gentleman in the room that was talking about calling people, that is time consuming. I mean, I would argue it's a better way of measuring, but it is time consuming. So actually, there's still lots and lots of organizations or internal comms pros that aren't doing it. I think IoIC's done a really good job of introducing more training. And of course, it's a massive part here of the masters. So actually, in terms of making it difficult, sometimes it's made more difficult because we leave measurement until the end, and then we sort of scrap around for, well, what are we going to measure? And then we measure hits and clicks, right? Or just stuff like that. And this goes back to some of the stuff we spoke a little bit about yesterday, and you may have also had it in Unit 1. If you start with the objectives, communication objectives of what you want people to know, feel, or do, or think, feel, and do, then actually you can start to measure things in a very different way. And a few of you actually have spoken about measuring behavior or, feelings and stuff like that. So this is when you move away from how many people liked the Viva Engage post, or, how long did they spend on that email? And you can sort of check for knowledge, like, do they have the knowledge? Are they thinking what you want them to think? How are they feeling? Again, particularly useful in times of change. And are they doing what it is that we want them to do? I would argue, if you don't start with this at the beginning, measurement then becomes really hard at the end because you've got nothing to measure against. Okay, so this is a great piece by Quirk. And then you've got sort of different things you can measure. So you can measure outputs, which is like how much work you're doing. You can measure outcomes. They're the sort of two main ones, as in, so what? But what Ruck argues here, and again, I think it's a good argument, is actually you start with the end in mind. So rather than measuring your outputs of five videos, actually, if you're thinking about your outcomes and you link them to business objectives and business goals, all of a sudden your measures become a lot more valuable to the organization and to yourself as well. So if you were talking to your exec team and you were talking about hits and clicks, if they value volume, hits and clicks, then they might see the value in what you do. But if you're talking about increasing response time to customer queries, then maybe they'll see even more value in that. So this is about thinking about what is it you're measuring? Are you just measuring your outputs, the work you're doing, or are you focusing more on outcomes? I'm going to pause for a second for questions or anything so far. Okay. So,
Sorry, I had one. Apologies.
Yes,
I couldn't get off mute or raise my hand. I'm confused between outtakes and outcomes. I know there's a difference, but I can't get my head around it.
Yeah. So outtakes is more around what people are taking from the communication. So I would say outtakes are maybe a good way of measuring understanding and the think and know part of your communication strategy. Outcomes are when they've used that knowledge to do something, there is a business outcome.
So basically, outtakes are takeaways.
Yeah, takeaways. Yeah. So what have they taken away from it? Yeah.
Take up consistency, cross out, you know.
Say that one more time, sorry, because the sound wasn't great.
Using outtakes for the sake of consistency between outputs, outtakes, outcomes to make it kind of more memorable.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. Is that better? Does that make more sense, Georgie? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Let me get my clicker going again. Okay, so what measures what? So your outputs in terms of what you're doing and how people, I would also argue the outtakes as well, how people are accessing them, measures your sort of efficiency and effectiveness of your of your outputs, like what you're doing, and then your outcomes measure more changes in behavior, attitude, and the impact on the business. Okay. And if you link your goals, like Ollie was saying yesterday, if you link your communication goals to your business strategy goals, all of a sudden you're starting to drive real value through the business and you're helping the business perform and achieve its goals rather than just churning communication. That is easier said than done, as we spoke about yesterday. You know, if organizations don't have clear strategies or clear goals, then it's much more difficult to do that. But for those that do, this is a really good way to sort of be a bit more strategic and focus more on outcomes in your work. So some of the ways you can measure your outputs is by asking yourself, are they working? But again, like, what does working look like? How many people are accessing it? Is it getting to the right people? How long are people staying on that page or in that email? Are they clicking through? Are they turning up to briefing sessions, town halls? Maybe how many questions they're asking, or how many contributions they're making in those meetings, in those town halls or the briefings or anything like that. So you can have all these different metrics that sort of measure your efficiency and effectiveness. And they are, I know we spoke about vanity metrics, and to a degree they are, but it's still a really good way to see how, you know, if your communication is even getting to people. Okay, it doesn't measure if they're doing anything with it or if it's making a difference, but it still allows you to understand, is it getting through? I guess my watch out here is, just because someone has clicked on something and spent time on it doesn't mean they've actually read it. They might have opened it and then gone off for coffee and forgot about it. Or they might have, you know, clicked through to a link and not actually done anything with it. So it's not perfect, but it is a good way to understand like how efficient your sort of your stuff is getting out there and getting into people. So then measuring outcomes, this goes back to the think, feel, do. So this is how you can check for understandings, attitudes, behaviors, actions, skills, knowledge, all of these things. So again, you can do this via surveys, you can do this via phone calls. We'll talk a little bit about that later. But what you're really trying to do here is measure the outcomes, measure the so what, like, so what's happening in the workforce, what's happening across the organization, and what's that impact that your communication is having in that. Other than phone calls and surveys, is there anything else anyone's doing to sort of test for these things?
We do focus groups. Yeah, around change initiatives or just perspectives and things.
And how do you facilitate those as the IC person?
No, not to date. Like, I've been involved in them, but I've actually only been in my role for a year. So it's kind of in HR and then kind of project management teams specifically related to an initiative. But the output reports of those, even like ones that have happened previous to me being appointed, if you know what I mean, are really, really useful.
Cool. Amy?
Yeah, so we have something we're calling a community panel, which is focus groups, but it's a set group of people that we will touch base on that are frontline and also office based and in different departments around the company to sense check different messaging that will be interesting to them and different campaigns and things like this. And so far, it has been interesting to see responses that we hadn't anticipated. So that's one of the ways we're measuring alongside surveys and other things like that. So very similar to the focus group. Just it's a set group.
I love that. Okay, so like a employee feedback group almost that help you keep your finger on the pulse. Yeah,
exactly. And while it's been set up by comms, it's not run by comms. It's run by an external anonymous supplier that was brought in to do it, so that people know it's anonymous and we get very juicy feedback.
That's actually a really good way of doing it, because obviously if you're the face or if you're the people doing the messaging, actually asking for feedback, you've got your own biases and filters on that. You can again, you have to be quite careful, but you can use AI for some of this stuff as well. So if you've got drafts of messaging, you can use AI and ask it to act as if it was, I don't know, a 24-year-old back-end engineer who had done this and this and this and create the persona, and then say, what would be the key takeaways you would have from this messaging in terms of your key messages, or what it might make you think or prompt in your behavior. I'm not saying it's perfect, and I think Liz's sort of, health warning of, being careful what we use AI for is really, really important. But it is a different way of using it, as in testing the content you've already got, how it might be interpreted, rather than just using it to create content. So it's just a different way of thinking about how you use AI. Liz, I don't know if you want to add anything to that or challenge it.
I think that summarised that nicely.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, hang on. I need to get up so I can be heard.
I think.
Did you hear me all right, Chris?
Yeah. Well, I heard that you said I summarised it nicely, but maybe I just heard what I wanted to hear.
No, big tick from me.
Okay. So as Liz mentioned earlier, sort of finding out where people are already is really important, right? So where are they, and where do we want them to go? So this is from Ruck, but a lot of the things you will see here from Ruck and Quirk, like there's not many authors you will find who will disagree with measurement. They might have slightly different views. I think Fitzpatrick is another one that talks a lot about this, but yeah, in terms of it being very important to measure, they will all agree with that. So if you've got your objectives of what you want people to know, feel, and do, actually starting from today, so doing this like first bit of sort of research or foundational formative research, like the foundation of where are they today. So what are the behaviors, or what is the level of knowledge? How do people feel about a certain thing? So, for example, Ollie used the example yesterday of the call center employees needing to feel more positive about, I think, the insurance products. So today they don't feel confident about them, or they don't feel positive, and you might have a measure on that. You might use like a 1 to 5 scale or whatever, so you understand where it is today. And then depending on what your goals are, what you want people to do and how you want people to feel about that, you can then invent your communication intervention and then go and measure the impact of your communication intervention, to see if it has had the desired impact on those outcomes. I think I was thinking a lot about this, like what's the perfect measure, like to be 100% sure it's your communication initiative that's driven that. And I think you would have to look at performance on knowledge and understanding today, understand where the business wants to be, create communication interventions that you think would get you there. And then I think if you wanted to be certain, I think you'd almost want a pilot group and a control group. So you'd test all your interventions with the pilot group and then see what improvements were made against the control group. That would be like the dream to go, this is what I did. Whose organization would be up for that level of investment in measurement? Just out of interest.
Chris, I have one quick question. We discussed about outcomes and what people want to think, feel, and do. And also you mentioned that we have to understand that. But is it on internal comms to set out those objectives, or is it on the SMEs and leadership team? Because it feels like we're doing two jobs here. So is it us, or is it them, or is it in collaboration?
I think it's in collaboration. I think it's partnering so you understand the goals of the business, and then you as the sort of expert in terms of the people, I think then sort of probing that leader of, well, okay, if you want, I don't know, if you want wait times in the call center to drop by 50%, what do people need to do differently that they are doing today to make that happen? And I think this is where in my experience, this is where it becomes quite challenging, because what some leaders want is for you just to pump an email or an intranet or a newsletter to say, hey, we need to reduce call times and, let's all work a bit harder. But actually, if you sit and really sort of like push them into, but what needs to change? What are the behaviors that need to change? What you might need to do is go down a level to the management and leadership that are more in the day-to-day. And what you might want to do also is, remember we spoke about Smythe yesterday, you might want to work with those management teams and the employees to co-create solutions. So if you were going to go to a Smythe ideal world, you might run focus groups, you might sort of engage with employees of, look, this is the goal, this is the target, what needs to change, from you and from the organization. I think the danger of that is people would point to all the things the organization needs to change rather than reflect on themselves. But again, this comes back to my point of like, this isn't easy. Like, strategic communication is really hard because you have to push leaders into, but so what? Like, what do you want people to do with this? Like, what is it we're trying to achieve? Is that your role? I think it depends on your organization and your role as the IC person within that organization. I've seen organizations where that's absolutely their role, and I've seen organizations, and Quirk talks about this, where the IC team they're just a post room that they just sort of share and send content. I think if you can move towards that partnering model, and again in the context of anyone can produce content now on AI to varying degrees of quality, I think all of a sudden the business starts thinking about you differently and starts seeing the value you can add in a very, very different way. Now, that might mean you do less communication, but it might mean that you do more impactful communication to fix real business problems. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Liz or Ollie, I don't know, 'cause I mean, you'll have loads of experience in this. If you've got anything to add on that strategic sort of way of working.
Can I share a story, Chris? Is that all right?
Yeah, love a story.
Because the point you left off on was around whether you ever have that opportunity to kind of test communication in controlled conditions, which I think you very rarely do, but they do crop up. When I was at Royal Mail, we had a business problem, which was there was a human decision about whether to send a piece of mail to the machine sorting area or the manual sorting area in mail centres. We needed people to send most of the mail to the machines because that was how we got cost efficiency. But there were types of mail that people just didn't trust the machines could sort, and they were sending them over to the manual area. So we needed to try and get people sending the mail more reliably to the machine area. So we designed a kind of a workshop in a box that team managers could run. And that went out to a lot of the mail centres, but I got feedback forms from the ones that had used them and didn't get feedback forms back from those that hadn't. So I was able to then look immediately after the workshop was run in certain mail centres, did we see a change in the percentage of mail being sent to the machine area? So we could track a real difference in the percentages in units where they communicated about it to those where they hadn't. So those, I mean, it's like happened 3 or 4 times in the entire time I was working in internal comms. But when those opportunities do occur, it's so important to take them because it's exactly what Chris was just saying. That's your opportunity to demonstrate, here's how our work as a team can make a tangible difference to something the business is trying to achieve, and we can prove that. Thanks, Chris.
No, thank you. I think there was a hand up, but I don't know if it went down or if there's anyone else in the room.
George's hand was up for a while.
Me, and I put it in the chat because, and Ollie's covered it anyway. Yeah.
Okay.
Chris,
Also,
Chris, one of the things we do, because our organisation is quite tight on measurement, and Garen and I had a conversation about in government, there's a really tight framework for measurement for comms activities, is what the organisational objective is and then what the comms objective is, because actually, so just to use a live example, and it's actually more of an external one, we've got a push at the moment to encourage people to vote. But if there's really rubbish candidates, we could do all the comms in the world, but we are the only person that is impacting that outcome. So that's been really helpful for us in terms of accountability.
I love that. And again, it's such a great example of attaching what you're trying to do to what the business is trying to do. And again, in some businesses, you can do that. So culturally, it's very important in your organization. Some businesses, it's more difficult. I work across a range of businesses, and some of them just want volume, just like comms. And actually, then your sort of vanity metrics are the ones that are important, because it's like, 10,000 people read this email. There's misinterpretations of that. So I have a client who, oh my God, I have a client who forced everyone back into the office on Fridays because they felt people weren't working as hard. And I was like, but what's your, how have you got to that? What's your measure? What's your data, your metric? And their answer, this is their genuine answer. They said, on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, we average around 20,000 emails per day. And on Fridays, it's only 10,000. So people aren't working as hard. So they use that measure to then come to a conclusion that it might have been right. It also might not have been right. So I guess my point there is, it's not just the measures you make, it's how they get interpreted. And then sort of the sense that's made from them and how that data is used. I think there's that saying, statistics and damn statistics and lies, or something like that. Okay. Oh, sorry. So really important to understand the current baseline, so you can measure what what improvement you've made. So current baseline, your communication objectives, and then really your strategy is sort of how you're going to win, how you're going to get there, what are the tactics you're going to use, what are the channels, and all of those things. And that's sort of, you know, how measurement can have a positive effect on, well, your understanding for the value you add, but also the business as well. So Quirk and lots of people will talk about quantitative and qualitative, and you'll have more of this in your reading list. I'm trying to think of a really good book, but I'll look it up and put it in the chat later. So quantitative is all about numbers. So how many people turned up to that town hall? How many people read that email? How many people clicked on that intranet page? And then qualitative is about meaning and understanding. So, you know, what sort of what sense have people made from it? So, okay, 1,000 people have read your email, but have they actually understood it? Have they got new knowledge from it? You know, 50 people turned up to your town hall, but do they feel more confident in the new CEO? So you kind of need a bit of both. Yeah, you kind of need a bit of both. I always kind of, my personal view is, if it's kind of easier in my experience to fix the quantitative. So if you've got fewer people like accessing stuff, but more people understanding it, it's kind of easier to sort of address that than it is necessarily the sort of what people are doing with it. But that just might be me. But both are important. You need to have a bit of both. In terms of, I know I've heard from some of you in terms of qualitative, but has anyone else got like really good examples of where you've done maybe some change communication, or you've launched a new strategy or something, like a big set piece of comms, and then you've gone and done qualitative measures? Let me check the chat as well, sorry. Lies and statistics, thank you. Georgie.
Do you understand this? Do you think the other people attending understood it? And it's amazing how different you get an answer between the two questions.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Anyone else?
Who said that? Sorry, that's a really good point, and I want to pick your brains.
Rich.
Thank you.
Because people are afraid to give, you know, like I understood it, like I'm, you know, don't think that I didn't, because I'm clever and intelligent. But so I think you tend to get a more honest opinion when you ask what people think other people got from it.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because with survey design generally, people will always try and attribute positive attributes to themselves. You've always got that skew in it. But then you've also got the risk of assuming of what other people are thinking can also be, you know, sort of you're into that realm of assumption as well. And very often it's the qualitative stuff that helps, because you can get up to the surface.
Truth somewhere in the middle.
And you're doing the qualitative stuff as well with all the calls. Yeah.
Mike Klein's been talking a lot about this lately, and he suggests that you should effectively test employees on the thing that you wanted them to remember. So can you name our 5? Not do you think you can name our 5 strategic priorities, but actually name the 5 strategic priorities.
Yeah.
Of course, the challenge with that is, if you're continually confronting your employees with a range of tests, it suggests a degree of mistrust that might not be helpful.
Well, the other risk of it is you absolutely, because if you do it, you need to set it up as a test and make it really clear you're testing your ability to communicate. But also you can't ever mix that with anything attitudinal that you're testing at all, because it's always a really bad idea to mix the factual right or wrong answers to what I think, because you want genuinely what people do think, and there's never a right or wrong with that.
Yeah, in a division that I work in, we have a people action group who look at the results of the survey and what people need. And one of the focuses is on learning and development. So we put together a survey to understand what people's ideas are around their learning and development needs. And there was some really interesting feedback from it, which helped us to change the way we approached it, because what we understood was that there's a difference between learning and development. But it's always clubbed into one grouping. But actually, some people's career aspirations are about their development needs, and it has nothing to do with learning. And so that was a really interesting output from that particular survey in terms of qualitative research.
Amy?
Yes, I was just going to say we've had an interesting one in terms of safety research. So our employee survey that we do every year pulled out, no, a huge portion of people say they do work safely. But what we found is actually in the performance data that because so many people are getting hurt, that can't be the actual, it can't be as high as that. So we found that data is not reliable because people's perception of how safe they are is not the reality of how safe they are. So it's definitely impacted us when we've done safety comms, because no one's going to think they've got this natural bias. Well, I'm doing it right, which we're definitely struggling with.
That's so interesting. Oh, so next.
Instead of calling, we have a list of sense check questions. So when we're out and about in homes, obviously it can be challenging to sometimes talk to the frontline teams. So we, as a team, have a list of questions that's relevant for that quarter of things that might have launched or changed, that we can then kind of do sense check questions. And we've actually shared them with some other teams that we know are out and about with those teams often, that then they can kind of sense check for us, and we can then, once a quarter, gather that positive feedback.
I like that. What do you guys think the connection is between the media richness theory that Liz sent earlier and when you're trying to do measures like that? So when you're doing that in person, face to face, versus when you're pinging out a survey, if I were to ask you to sort of try and connect those two bits, what would you think?
I know we find that it feels less formal because people are much more likely kind of off the cuff to tell you their honest opinion, rather than feel like in a survey, is this going to come back to me in some way, or am I going to get into trouble for my answer? When you're face to face and you can see someone's body language and tone of voice, and that it's not kind of an interrogation, it's more of a genuine curiosity as to how they found something. It's easier that way.
Yeah, I mean, even if a survey is anonymous, it just depends how good the question is and how it's been interpreted, doesn't it? And you can get across that confusion in person, can't you? Just, what do you mean by that? Can you tell me a little bit more? You can sort of dig a little bit deeper in an instant.
And I guess the richer channel, the more immediate your measurement can be, but that brings danger as well in terms of if people are reflectors, you might not get their ultimate view or understanding.
Yeah, that's a really good point, especially that, if you're sort of asking that question, or if you don't have that relationship or that safety, they might panic and kind of, what Liz and Olive said, they might feel like they're being tested in a negative way. So yeah, the reflecting issue, but also that sort of that safety one. And I think your points that you've made and Liz touched on as well around survey, like, does the question design is so important. And actually, I see loads of surveys that say, how confident are you that you understand the organizational strategy? It's like 5, fine, 5, fully confident. But like, what's their understanding? Like, how do you know through that if they've understood the organizational strategy that you want them to understand, or if they've understood their own version of it? Kind of back to, the stuff you've spoken about with sense making. Okay, so you've got Quirk again. He'll come up so much in this masters. Talks about leading and lagging. So leading is sort of, are we progressing? So, this is where you test things like maybe how are people talking about this change, or talking about this new strategy, or talking about that latest piece of communications, what's their attendance, etc. And then the outcome results are actually, are people using the new system, or actually in Amy's example is really good, right? Because yeah, they say they understand safety, and yeah, they say, oh, it's really important and it matters a lot, but accidents have increased. You look at those two measures, so you're not just looking at one, and then you can sort of get a better picture, rather than just relying on the fact that perhaps people have, attended that briefing or downloaded that pack or whatever. So Quirk talks about like thinking about both of these and how sort of balancing that. And I think overall the danger of measurement is if you just focus on one particular metric or one particular measure, you can create a story like the email one I shared earlier, that doesn't necessarily give you the full picture or the full answer. So Sinicus talks a lot about observational metrics, but in a way, and Liz, please jump in here, in a way that is unintrusive. So looking at things like some of the things you've spoken about. So when you talk about the phone calls, the visits, the focus groups, all of those things, I love those things. But actually, they're intrusive, I'm not saying it's negative, on the employee, i.e. they're sort of distracting. Whereas this is more about sort of seeing things that you can see in the organization without having to distract or, get in there in front of the employees. So you can do this from a little bit of a distance. But Liz, I don't know, because I remember you delivered this in the masters I did. I don't know if there's anything you'd add to that.
I think the only thing I'd do is point back to what the example that Ollie just gave of how many letters were being put through the machine as opposed to hand sorted, because business data, see if you can track back what it is you're doing, and that might be the contributions point on the slide, but if you can track it back really simply to business data, you've got a beautiful metric to start with. I mean, I know that's beyond observational really, but it's just so helpful, because presumably you didn't have to do an awful lot of going and bothering people with surveys and all the rest of it. You could just see the pile of envelopes.
The only intervention we needed to make was one feedback form. The rest of it was all data that was already in the business.
Yeah. And so always try and track it back. And what people need to do is usually the thing that you can track back to that. Sorry, I might be stealing your thunder here, Chris, as well. You're probably just about to go on to that.
No. It's good, but I think that the bit one of the things I encounter is that organizations don't. I think increasingly employees don't want to be bothered because there's just so much happening and so much noise and whatever in organizations. But organizations they want their employees doing the jobs they're paid to do rather than filling out surveys or doing focus groups, all of those things. So having the ability, like Ollie's story, where you can just see things happening without having to go and sort of interrupt people, is particularly in organizations that don't want people interrupted. So particularly in things like call centers where they're KPI'd to their teeth. This could be more useful, at least culturally in that organization, more appropriate than say taking people off the phones and doing focus groups and what have you.
Yeah. I mean, I think the one thing I'd add to that, and it's linking back to the session I ran earlier, again, was that whole thing about media and symbolism. Actually, I think there's something symbolic for the employees, certainly in focus groups, because, I know when I was running a change program, I'd always have someone coming in and doing focus groups to really listen to how people were experiencing it and so on. And that was as much a channel in its own right as anything else we were doing, because we were demonstrating that we cared really in a very tangible way.
It's like the act of measuring something changes it.
It does, yeah, inevitably. Well, just having a conversation with someone about something, you do an interview, more often than not, people will go away thinking, I haven't really thought about it like that before, and yet it's them that's been doing all the thinking. You've just been asking a few questions.
Okay, so again, observational content analysis. So how much of the communication that you're seeing actually is relevant to the objective or the business objective or the topic? How well is the employee segmentation being covered? Like, so actually, if you're trying to target those contact center employees, like, are they the ones that are accessing that information and reading it and using it? Things such as, as people in the organization are communicating, like, are they using the sort of images or tone of voice or things like that? So this is about sort of measuring actually the sort of content that's flying around the organization. And I think the example that someone gave of, the C-suite person who just pumps something into AI and then pumps it out and doesn't really, edit it or change it or make sure it's fit for the organization. That's a really good example of where perhaps it's not working. I think, if you've got your CEO delivering their new strategy, or you've got your HR with a new sort of project or performance management or anything like that, actually, like, how much of that language, how much of that sort of those key messages are sort of happening, whether that's in meetings, whether that's in emails, whether that's in intranet updates or posts on like Viva and stuff like that. So this is a good way. Again, this is an inintrusive way of measuring stuff. And then some of you might know about the fog index in terms of the sort of reading level you can use. I'm pretty sure Word has that built in. But also, are people using super long sentences where then that's going to sort of lose the reader? So again, these are ways you can measure and observe the sort of healthiness of the communication and how reflective it is of what the organization is trying to do, just from behind your desk. Yeah. And then let me just check time. So then you've got these two different sort of ways of measuring. So Dave talks about opinion mining, and this is basically, I think he talks about a peanut factory or something from memory, and he talks about categorizing things like really, really simply, high level. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it neutral? So this is based on sort of a range of attributes. So where you might see this in an organization is if people have done thumbs up or thumbs down to content on, say, Viva Engage, or whether they've rated a survey question somewhere between 1 and 5. What do you think the sort of danger of this type of measurement is?
Be a bit blunt. And also, people don't necessarily separate what they think about the comms from their feeling about the thing. So, we've recently had to update people on, like, unexpected staff reductions and things like that based on sort of like national government policy. And they don't then, when you say, like, how was that session, you can't necessarily tell whether they're commenting or replying and giving their opinion on, well, actually the content shit and I'm worried that I'm not going to be able to pay the mortgage, or are they saying, actually the delivery was really poor, we're now more confused than when we started,
Yeah. Megan?
With the reference to Viva Engage, I guess you get a lot of, particularly on like social media channels, you get a lot of people that are just silent viewers. They don't actively engage with content either way, and therefore if you're only taking the number of likes on something, you skew to the people. I guess it's back, was it Richard in the room that said about survey data, you only get people that like filling in surveys? It's sort of similar in this respect.
Yeah. Anyone in the room?
I was also wondering how actionable this kind of feedback would be, in the sense that, you know, if somebody gives something thumbs up or down, it doesn't tell you what went well and what didn't.
Yeah, brilliant, right? So you could say, I don't know, we ran that town hall and 70% of comments were positive. That would be how Dave would approach it. I'm not saying that's not useful. We'll come on to that in a little bit. And then I think it's actually Liu. I think it's LIU. So apologies, but I could be wrong. This is much more about sentiment analysis, right? So this is about sort of digging a little bit deeper past that sort of high level of, oh, it's got 4 stars on Amazon. This is, you know, Dave would be the 4 stars on Amazon. And then Lil would be much more about, well, what's the commentary? What's the review? So this would be more about, for example, I'll go back to that CEO example, right? So, okay, Dave would say 80% of comments were positive. And this is a bit more effort, but the sentiment analysis would be like, okay, but how are people feeling about that? So out of those comments, yes, 80% were positive, but people are really confused about the timeline. Okay, so the commentary was more about, we're making these changes, but they're not clear on the timeline. Or the IT team, looking at the survey analysis, the IT team are the most concerned about how we're going to, I don't know, attract new talent. Okay, so you've got Dave, that's sort of like the sort of quite quick in terms of like, is it good, is it bad, like peanut sorting. And then you've got Lou, who's much more sort of talking about understanding the sentiment that sits behind that measure. When would you think either are sort of more appropriate to use? Because they're both useful in their own right, but when might you use Dave over Leo and Leo over Dave?
Tracy's hands up, Chris.
Tracy, sorry.
I think in, for example, your annual employee engagement survey, it'd be more useful to go down the Lou route, so that you probably have a combination of some shorter, snappier scores, but then you have the free text field where people are able to explain themselves a little more, and you've asked the more detailed question and you've given them opportunity to share that sentiment with you.
Brilliant example. Thank you.
I think in that vein, maybe it's a kind of timing thing. So you could kind of use the top one for like a sense check poll, you know, like a quick check-in, and then the deeper one is like the annual survey kind of thing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we do an area that I was working in was they were going through a lot of change around processes and the way that they were managing product changes as well, and it was quite complex. So we would have regular meetings for the whole division and do polls to check for understanding about some of the information that was shared. But it was upsetting a lot of people the way the changes were occurring. So we introduced a quarterly survey from the program director to check on how people were really feeling about the product changes and how it impacted them personally within their role, which supported the program director's messaging about caring and wanting to understand and know more. And what it allowed was the program director to go in and address the real issues that were coming up from the regular surveys. We called a well-being survey. And what we were able to do after a couple of quarters is see how much we could measure against the change, because it was the same questions delivered 3 months down the road. And we could see how many people were engaging, the quality of the information that was coming out from it, and whether those original problems had gone away or were still continuing on. You know, so there was a lot of rich insight that was coming from that.
That's so cool. I love that. And I think if I think about this, I think both are useful. Okay, I think it would be too easy to go, oh, what does the Dave stuff really tell you? But actually, you know, if I were to link this back to the media richness theory, if you've got quite simple, non-controversial, non-emotional messages, then maybe Dave is more appropriate. You know, that sort of very, very fast, you know, quick bit of sort of measurement, quick bit of feedback. But as you've all pointed out, when you've got a bit more time, or something's a bit more emotional, and you know, it involves like lots of commentary and sentiment from different people, then actually the danger is, you know, if you just use the Dave example, you just get sort of, again, maybe vanity metrics, or at very least metrics that don't really help you understand how people are feeling, or what sense they've made of things, and what they're understanding. And again, that's back to the question, do you understand the business strategy? Dave gets, you know, 80% of thumbs up, but actually by going in and actually understanding the sentiment and the commentary behind it in your survey, then you really start to understand if people are getting it, or if they're not. AI can help you with this sort of analysis. I would give this bit a massive health warning. So I had a client last year say, oh, we don't need your help in analyzing the survey this year. We've just put it through ChatGPT, and actually it's really good because, you know, for the first time ever, everyone's really happy with their pay. I was like, oh, that's odd. I was like, that's really odd. And they were so happy about it. So they're like, we've loved working with you. We don't need you. I was like, that's cool. You know, that happens. Replaced by AI in this example. Cool. And I was like, just out of interest, like what were people saying? And they were like, God, you know, they're saying things like, you know, the pay's really good. The bonuses, the benefits are great. I was like, but you've only got like legal minimum benefits. Like, how's that happened? And then I convinced them to have a look at their AI analysis, and lots of the people in their technology team are quite sarcastic. And as they were answering the question around pay, and also questions around, you know, why do you enjoy working here? Well, of course, it's the pay and the amazing benefits. So what AI had done is it had taken that sarcasm, and it had given them a sort of a hallucination, a false statement of that's where people are happy. But of course they weren't, but it didn't pick up on the AI. So I think AI is super useful in very quickly analyzing, you know, lots of comments, lots of feedback, lots of sentiment. But you know, and again, Liz or Ollie, if you want to jump in, I would slap a massive health warning on that. That particularly if you're in an organizational, a global organization, like certain nuances with cultures, it really struggles with. Liz or Ollie, I don't know if you've had that as well.
Absolutely. And yeah, I've gone in and been given the qual results and the analysis that, and actually this was even pre AI. This was just with, you know, other forms of analysis that were done, and I've read the comments and I've looked at the, you know, the summary of the analysis, and there was no comparison. I mean, it was just astonishing. And yeah, I think a lot of it does come down to sarcasm, etc., and all those it's almost like those cultural nuances, isn't it, that a machine is going to find at the moment it's going to find very difficult to do. I mean, they'll be learning all the time, but yeah, I also think there's something about just it makes sense to know what people have actually said. There's something again about the, you know, there's something symbolic about that as well, isn't there? To have actually read it. Yeah.
If you sent a survey out to 1,000 people and they've all taken 10 minutes, that's 10,000 hours of company time.
Yeah.
And we bumped it through ChatGPT in 5 minutes, and it's not.
Absolutely. And I mean, I certainly, if I thought I was going to put my thoughts down and the only analysis was only done ultimately, you know, sort of digitally by a computer, I think so. And I've run surveys for countless years, but yeah, I would be out at that point. But then that is just me.
We're probably about at lunch, if that's all right, Chris.
Yeah, I was just thinking this sort of wraps up that last bit as my alarm goes off. But you've all answered this next bit. So this is about sort of going beyond that observation. So this is that more intrusive, sort of getting in front of people and sort of distracting employees. I say intrusive and distracting, like I don't mean it as a negative way, but it is also a consideration for the business, right? So if you've got a survey, and sometimes I see surveys that have got 30 questions, I don't know what they're thinking. You're talking about thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours out of that organization. And like, what are you going to do with that data? So I feel like we have a bit of a responsibility to find that balance of not disrupting the organization, but also like, and Liz made the point brilliantly, if you never go and ask anyone or have those conversations or do those things, like what message does that send? What's a symbolic message that actually you only ever ask for a thumbs up or thumbs down? It's pretty robotic. But you mentioned all of these things in the opening, which I wasn't expecting, but thank you for doing that. So yeah, and that's lunch.
Lovely. So let's reconvene at 1:20 our time. Appreciate some of you have got slightly different hours on the clock at the moment. What time is it with you, Chris?
It is 9:20, so I'm going for breakfast.
Chris, that is a tremendous effort for that time in the morning. Thank you.
No, Matt, we need to recognize Matt because Matt's 2 hours behind me. He's been online since like 4 a.m. Matt deserves it.
3 a.m. yesterday and today. So it's about 20 after 7.
Well done, Matt. We really appreciate you sticking with us. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Well worth it. Yeah.
All right. So in 1 hour from now, please, everybody.
Miss Jenny. Miss Jenny. The interaction. I can look keep it.
Like a library.
It's just so
Yeah, Chris, I think we can start again. Everyone's okay. We've got more or less.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're good to go, Chris.
Okay, we've got 30 minutes, right, with the exercise, I think. Is that right?
30 minutes, Chris, but if it needs to be a little bit longer, that's absolutely fine. We can flex a bit for the rest of the day.
Okay, cool. I'll try and get us to the exercise because I think that's really, really useful. So we finished on that slide. Without repeating this too much, this is Ruck's measurement cycle. So starting with that research of like where we're at today, setting those objectives, where do we want to be tomorrow, having the right measures in place to see like if we're getting there, and if not, what is the problem? Back to like that leading and lagging, the analysis of that, the evaluation, back to where you are today, because measurement, like communication, doesn't stop. And then where do you want to go tomorrow? Maybe it hasn't quite gone how you've thought. So through that analysis and evaluation, you start picking up different ideas, and maybe you adjust your tactics and strategy to try and get the objectives that you set yourself. And this is linked a lot really about how people learn as well. So like what happened, so what, now what, etc. So we spoke a little bit, well, not a little bit, sorry. It was a really great session yesterday on change. And we looked at the change curve or grief curve. And actually, measurement as you're going through change can be really useful to understand where people are. I don't mean figuratively, I mean like emotionally, where are they feeling? How are they? And then that allows you to think about what type of communication interventions you might want to use. So as they start, getting from acceptance, you go much more sort of future focused and embedding those new behaviors. Whereas maybe if you're down where they're feeling angry or depressed, maybe you've got sort of like softer things, and you're much more in tune with how they're feeling. So if you think about trying to understand where people are, actually measuring by asking them questions or observation or anything like that, or just looking at the communication that's flying around the organization, you can get an idea of where they are within this curve. The the watch out for me is I think it's unlikely that everyone's at the same stage of the curve at the same time. And also, you can slip back in a little bit, right? So it's not as, it's almost like a skateboard sort of half pipe where you might slip back down. So, you're trying to like get people into that sort of new beginning phase and sort of, not forgetting the past, but sort of moving on as quickly as possible. But when you've got large numbers of people going through that change, that's quite challenging because people are at different stages. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. And then measuring that, there are lots of different models out there. Some of you might have seen the ADCAR model, especially if you work with like change teams. That tends to be a favorite of them. So that's awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, reinforcement. Can't believe I remembered that. That's quite good. And then here you've got this option as well, which again they're all pretty similar. So if you were going to try and measure at each point of these, just shout out what might be an example of how you could test awareness.
Are people doing the things that you ask them to do? So is the action being completed?
I think that would be a better measure for commitment, as in like, are they doing it? Are they committed to it? I think awareness, you could go with something much simpler in terms of are people accessing the content? Uh, are people, you can test awareness just with a simple question of, not are you aware of X, but what changes are you aware of? And you might see what they come up with. But in terms of are they doing what they should be doing, that for me is really good in that commitment space. And what about like I'll pick just one more. What about understanding? How might you test that?
Feedback surveys, for example.
Yeah, and again, I think it's Gary. Sorry if it's not. I've already proved today I'm really bad with names. So actually testing that understanding on those feedback surveys is about designing those questions to test for understanding rather than do you understand why we're doing this change. So it might be things such as what are the top three benefits of this change, or what will be different after this change as a result of this change. So you're actually testing understanding rather than that closed question of do you understand it, where people are like, yeah, I understand it. Okay. So all of this kind of goes back to demonstrating the value of communication. And it depends. I would say it depends on your organizational culture and what their version of value is. And like everything you're going to learn on this master's, it's about taking that theory and finding a pragmatic, practical way within the context of your organization to make the best of it. Uh, it's not realistic to implement everything uh, theoretically perfectly. I don't think, and Liz and Ollie, I hope you'd agree with that. But it's about finding, taking actions and making decisions that are supported by that theory within the context of the organization. Is that fair? Liz, do you think that's fair?
I think that's absolutely right. Yes.
Okay, so again, measuring this, and particularly if you're measuring outcomes against business goals, really, really good way to sort of demonstrate to the organization that you're actually moving the organization forward rather than just sort of, sending out messages. Okay. So this is linked a little bit back to how much can you prove and how much do you put into proving your worth? And actually, in some organizations, they might just get it, right? And if you're in that organization, it's a lovely place to be because they just get the value internal comms ads. Perhaps you could get complacent, but they get it. They understand the importance. They see the business value. in what you're doing, and then in other businesses less so, and there's a whole spectrum. But I really like this from Megan Penn about if you're just always trying to prove yourself, is there a bit of a danger that you almost reduce the perceived value of communication? And when I think about this, I go back to the example of if you have a pilot group and a control group and all of the work you have to do into sort of, measuring to that level, actually, do you ever get to the point where you can confidently say, this has happened because of communication? And what I like about Synecus linked to this is, where is it good enough? Like, what's enough to show that you're adding that value? And again, there's no answer for that. That comes back to your stakeholders' perception and your organizational culture. In some organizations, it is enough just to say, intranet page views have gone up 50%. Like, some organizations will be like, yeah. In other organizations, it might be more, well, but what have you done and how have you contributed to the organization? Or I'm seeing a little bit now about how do you contribute to the bottom line, which is pretty difficult to prove unless you can put sort of pounds and money on a business problem or on a business opportunity. One of the examples I would use with that is off the back of what Ollie spoke about yesterday with consultation in redundancy situations. If the communication goes wrong and there is a failure to consult, that can be very expensive. So you might attach how you've helped deliver a restructuring redundancy situation to the fact that you haven't had any failure to consult claims, right? That's when you start getting sort of pounds and whatever. Like, does it link perfectly? I don't know, but it's not just about how you make money. It's also about perhaps how you defend the business against sort of risks, commercial risks, revenue risks, or reputational risks, or things like that. Ollie, I can't see you. Sorry, would that be a fair example, do you think?
Yeah, I think communication as risk mitigation is one thing that you may well run into in your assignments, and it is sometimes a bit easier to put a speculative benefit to that. Cybersecurity would be another one of those examples, Chris. I think if you can make people, if you can evidence that you've made people more aware of the behaviours that they need to enact in order for you to de-risk cybersecurity as an issue, then that's of real value to the business in a quantifiable way.
Yeah, that's a super example. And I'm thinking about a time I did this where in an organization, 60 something% of people used to click on the phishing exercises. Like, it was horrible. So that was a real business problem. And then we focused on that through communication. We got it down to just below 20. It was to be able to demonstrate where we were today. Here's where we want to be. They wanted it 0, but is that realistic? That's another conversation. And here's where we got it, and here's where we got it to. Because of the communication initiatives, did other things happen as well? Perhaps. Is it a scientific link? Perhaps not. But actually, it's a really good example of where you can demonstrate that you're solving a real business problem. And then the other thing I like about Synecus is about the interdependencies, like other departments. Again, Ollie spoke about this yesterday about working really closely with HR. And also external comms. I have the same experience of him, easier in HR than external comms. And then I think Amy gave us a really good example in our little online group about partnering with the learning and development team to deliver communication training to line managers to solve the problem of that. I don't like calling line managers a channel, but for the purposes of this, solve the problem of that channel not being that effective. So thinking about all the other departments you can work with and create measures with to demonstrate your value. I'm going to pause for a second for any questions, reflections, comments, criticisms, because again, that's important.
I don't have a criticism, but I was just thinking of how to me, because I like art. When you talked about kind of the Megan Penn's situation about trying to prove ourselves purely on the perceived value of communication in terms of ROI, that it's almost like reducing it from an art to a craft.
Yeah. And I don't know what impact AI and emerging technology is going to have on the desire for us to prove ourselves more or less or whatever. But particularly if you spend your time proving your worth on output rather than outcomes, I think it's even more, your point is even more prevalent. Okay. Right. Oh, sorry.
It was a cough, Chris. You're good to carry on.
So cool. So I promised I'd get us into our activity because I think the sense I get is it's good to sort of talk in groups and work through things and what have you. So I want you to think about examples of a strategic objective within your organization. So spend a few minutes sort of reflecting, and then break that objective down. So as an individual, break that objective down and think about how you might measure those outputs, outcomes, impacts. And I've put that on the next slide as well. So if you want to take photos, you can do that, particularly with the online team. Liz, I don't know how this exercise usually works, but individually they do that and then we talk as a big group, or we talk as smaller groups and then as a big group.
I think depending on how much time you've got, Chris, I think give people a few minutes on their own, small group, then big group would be the ideal way. But if not, don't do the small group bit. If you
No, I think we have got time.
Brilliant. Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
Yeah, let's run this up to 2:00, Chris. Is that okay?
Yeah, that sounds great. So, like 5 minutes on your own, 10 minutes in the group, and then back into a big group. Does that sound good? 5, 10, and then whatever's left over with my bad maths. 5, 10, 15-ish.
Love it. Yeah. That doesn't work at all. Great. I'll put you in a breakout room, Chris.
Thank you. Them to do the behavior,
Yeah.
which then leads to the business outcome, which then has a positive impact.
Okay.
That way.
I think, yeah.
Yeah,
It still
that's
feels a
helpful,
little
Chris.
bit permeable. So
I kind of mushed all of mine together and was kind of breaking it down as we're all kind of going through. So that's really helpful.
Yeah. Okay.
If
this is new for you, it is. Yeah, it is the thing.
Chris, everyone's got their attention on you guys now.
Lovely. Hey, we had a good chat in our group. We're still, some of it because it's quite new, we're still grappling with outcomes, outputs, and those different things. So what we spoke about was actually focusing on the end business goal, and then once you've got that business goal, what is it that people need to do to make that business goal? So we were talking about increasing sales, and to increase sales, we need our sales team to make more calls, just as an example. So to make more calls, what do they need to feel? What do they need to know? And actually, we were talking about the importance of starting with the end, because if you start with the outputs, you end up retrofitting. And what you want to do is start at the end and go, well, okay, well, how can I make that happen as communication? What are the outcomes I need? And therefore, what are the outtakes I need people to, know and take away? And therefore, my best chance of getting that, what are the outputs I need to do to get the outtakes, to get the outcomes that impact the business? Make sense-ish? Yeah? Groups in the room.
So the group at the front said that they agree with everything you just said.
Yeah.
Okay. Did they?
Rich came to the same conclusion as he was working through his example. It's like, I actually started with the impact first rather than trying to think of the outcome. And we were like, well, yeah, that makes sense to kind of do that backtrack model on it.
And I think businesses will talk more impact, which might not have numbers, which is when then you push them of saying like, but what does that look like? What's the outcome? What's the, they'll say like, oh, we'll increase customer service. And you're like, oh, brilliant, like great. What does that even look like? So that's when you push them for the outcome, which then you then work back in your communications strategy, if that helps. Anything else in the room?
At the group at the back, did anything come up in your conversation?
I think it was pretty straightforward. Do you want me to share an example?
Can you hear Steph, Chris?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Lovely. Yeah, please do.
Okay, yeah. So my example was, so at my current workplace, we are trying to reframe how people think about development and growth. So moving away from progression looks like a promotion to more about developing skills. And I guess the reason for that is, one, we want to be able to mobilize talent around the organization to when we need it. Yeah, so that's the kind of objective, move into a more skills-based organization. And then outputs, so this is just really simplistic, but like email comms around like what this actually means. I thought about having some focus groups because I think this kind of thing will generate loads of questions and there'll be doubts. And I think creating space for colleagues to just sense make and raise concerns would be good. And then webinars, potentially looking at the platform, maybe some case studies from people who have done it or people who've hosted assignments as well. So those are the outputs. And then outcomes, so we actually have an internal platform called Talent Marketplace where people can advertise for these short-term assignments is what we call them. So basically using that to track how many people are applying to these short-term assignments. And then the impact, I guess, would be increased satisfaction with development and growth, which we track in our annual engagement surveys, as well as, I guess, being able to see, are we able to mobilize talent around the business? Are we seeing people kind of moving around? And then, I guess, more generally, like retention within the business as well, like people aren't leaving for other jobs. But yeah, that was my example.
Thanks, Steph.
Steph, in today's world, if you were to take a guess and measure, if I were to do a baseline measure of what do people see as progression, do you think like what percentage of people would see it as a move, an upward move, if you were to measure it today?
I would imagine it would be the majority of people.
Yeah, I would imagine too, because when I was at John Lewis, we had this same thing where we tried to change perception. So going back to that baseline measure, you might do something that says, listen, 95% define progression as an upward move, a promotion to a manager. And then one of your outcomes, one of your measures might be that drops down to 30%. I'm making the numbers up. You'd have to, have a good decision. But that's a really good example of how you've changed attitudes and thinkings in terms of how people think and feel about things. But you've got that baseline of, and actually this is a great example, the baseline of today, which I'm with you, I suspect is most people, and then your outcome goal, your goal of where you want people to be in 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, whatever. So that would be my only build, but it's a really good example.
That's great, thank you.
That's great. Anything else? Okay. So I think how this will show up in your assignment is as you're creating the strategy, there's no point in having a strategy that doesn't have measures, because then how do you know if your strategy's effective? So I think what we'd be looking for you is sort of having a look at some of the models and some of the theories that we've gone through today, and sort of picking the ones that you think are right for whatever your communication strategy is about, and being able to sort of justify that. And as Liz said, sort of critiquing why you why you choose one model over another in the context of your organisation, and have commentary around that. Is that fair, Liz? Is that what you'd expect in the assessment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Chris. That's really helpful.
Thank you, everyone.
Absolutely brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
Right. That's me now.
Yeah.
And I've got just over an hour. Those are some slides. And we're good. All right. Definitely got recording back on. Yeah. So you've now got everything that we're giving you that's specifically intended for your main strategy assignment here. Okay. So we've covered channels and measurement today. We covered strategy, and we covered change yesterday. So that's all the material you should need for that. If you want to, any of you, talk about what business issue you choose to focus on, then we've got a break later on to hang around a bit at the end, or we can catch up in the coming week or two. And we talked yesterday about giving us a structure. So you can use that structure that I mapped out for you a couple of times yesterday, populate that with which business issue you'll describe, what broadly you would include in each of those main sections, and which theories you'd look to draw upon in order to support that. If you can give us that as an outline, then that we should be able to give you some helpful feedback on. The sooner you do that, the easier it is for you to then filter that into the rest of your work. We all feeling okay about that one? Yeah? Great. Okay, so this next couple of hours, which Liz and I sort of share out between us, focuses on different ways that you can look at the relationship between an organisation and its employees. And as with most other things you'll find in theory, all these things that we'll talk you through are different lenses you can look at the same thing. It doesn't intrinsically change what the thing is, but it might help you to understand it in different ways. It's something we use for this second assignment. So the way the second assignment's going to work, I won't talk about it too much now because, as I said before, we have got an hour put aside after you've submitted your main assignment when I'll take you through it in detail. And anything that we talk about now, you probably won't remember by the time you get to that. So, but broadly, the questions we ask you to think about are: which of these various ways of looking at the relationship between organisations and their employees is helpful for internal communicators in general? Which of them feels most applicable in what ways to your organisational context? What are the implications of that for you as the communicator in that organisation? And then a couple of key recommendations that you would propose as a consequence of that. The format for this is you get a week in your learning groups to share ideas on and thinking on this in a discussion group, and then a week to produce a 10-minute presentation which you film yourself delivering, and that's what you submit. So that's the way it all works. So let's have a look at some theories. I've got an hour, so what I'm going to intend to do is whiz through a bunch of stuff and then give you about 20 minutes at the end of this to try and reflect on some of these ideas and think about which might be helpful to you. So I will try and talk for no more than 30 to 40 minutes. And I'm going to just move our friends over to the right-hand side so they're not on top of the words. There we go. Just some questions which I think are helpful framing for this. Don't need to answer them right now because we'd probably be here for an hour doing that, right? But all of these things are sort of true to a degree, aren't they? People expect way more than they are contractually entitled to. They do way more than is set out in their job descriptions plenty of the time. Employers expect employees to do that and are disappointed when they don't, even though it's not set out in their contracts or their job descriptions. And there are occasions when employers could be a lot worse to employees than they are, but choose not to be. So when you look at perspectives on the employment relationship, and this is all from a book by Liz Eilert, which focuses on the topic of employee relations. This is available to you through the library. So I think this one's a really good read, actually. It explains a lot of things. These are different lenses you can use to look at the employer-employee relationship. You can look at it as purely a labour market exchange. So what you're doing is trading work for money. And that's governed by the kind of laws of supply and demand, intermediated with a bit of regulation, which we talked about yesterday. Employment law is basically just regulation of the labour market. So that's one way you can look at it. You can also look at it as a legal construct. It's a contract between two parties. The employer and the employee both sign a piece of paper at the beginning of an employment relationship that says, here are the things that you're expected and allowed to do, and here are the things that we're expected and allowed to do. But neither of those things on their own can explain a lot of the stuff that was on the slide before. Why do people work late? Why do employers offer more than statutory sick pay, or invest in the development of their employees when they might leave, or any of those things? Some of this is to do with social factors. This is really related to culture. Organisations develop a bunch of unwritten rules over their lifetime, and those unwritten rules may stretch way beyond all of those basic economic and legal constructs. There's a thing called the psychological contract. You all heard of this before? Yes, used to get talked about in HR practice quite a lot, probably less. But essentially, this is a theory, this was by Rousseau, that there are expectations in the minds of both employer and employee, which go beyond what's set out in the contractual framework and which are often unexpressed. And that makes things complicated. Because the psychological contract is important. If you think about a time when an employee or a group of employees were really unhappy with something that happened in the organisation, and the employer thought that it was acting entirely within its rights. Can you all picture a time when that's happened in your organisations? Then one of these things might have been going on. And the first one really is a communication issue. So this is where employees believe their employer has an obligation. But the employer just doesn't know about it. Doesn't know that that's an expectation that employees have. I thought Steph's example was a really good one of this, actually, in that employees quite frequently will believe that they've got some kind of entitlement to progression within the organisation. Very few employees have a contract that says you're entitled to a promotion within 5 years. But people will enter the organisation and enter the workplace believing that's something that they've got some kind of right to. And when it doesn't happen, they're disappointed. And employers get frustrated about it because, well, I can't promote everybody. That simply wouldn't work. The reframing that you're attempting, Steph, is, I think, an attempt to rewrite a psychological contract in order to incorporate more reasonable expectations. It can also happen because the employer can't meet their obligations. So people may feel like they've got an entitlement to a inflationary pay increase, for example. Again, not generally contractually entitled, and the employer simply may not be able to afford that. Or the employer's unwilling to meet their obligations. They could do that, but they think that it would be a tough sell to shareholders and don't want to propose it, for example. So any of these things can breach the psychological contract. And when the psychological contract is breached, what you get is conflict. And talk a little bit about some ideas that Ranjit started exploring yesterday around fairness and justice, because a lot of this is tied up with people's idea of what is fair and what is just. Fairness is the perception that you're treated the same as others in the organisation. And justice is your right to what you perceive you are due. So where you believe your employer has an obligation, your right to access that is perceived as justice. And there's some different types of justice, all of which I think, again, are quite interesting from a communication point of view. Informational justice is it clear how this organisation makes decisions about me? So when there are processes that determine stuff about my job or my workplace, can I see how those processes happen? Interactional, Ranjit mentioned that. Am I treated fairly by people around me, particularly my manager who has power over me? Procedural, are processes designed and conducted fairly? I think I gave performance-based pay as an example of this yesterday. So do I think that this process results in everyone getting what they are fairly owed by the organisation? And if not, that taps into this sense of injustice. And distributive justice. So are the rewards in the organisation distributed fairly? And this can be a really challenging one, right? Because if you're getting round to your annual pay review and you're saying, well, we can't really afford an inflationary pay increase this year, so rather than 3.8%, it's going to be 2.5% because it's not been a great year performance-wise. But then your top executives get a 7% pay increase and a 100% bonus. It's quite hard to sell that, right? So you are faced with a disruption to the employer-employee relationship if you inflame any of these potential sources of injustice. This all seems sort of familiar. This plays out in organisations, right? Okay. So if that's the case, that you've got all of these potential sources of perceived injustice, that you have a psychological contract that contains lots of unspoken, unwritten obligations and expectations on both sides, then it's almost inevitable that you have a degree of conflict in organisations. And all of our organisations do have some conflict within them. A degree of conflict is not a bad thing. Sometimes conflict is how we come up with new ideas, we innovate, we solve problems. And doing any of those things without there being some healthy conflict in an organisation can be very hard. So conflict is not entirely unwelcome. Now, like Daft and Lengel were the kind of original source of thinking on media richness and produced the seminal work on it. The seminal work on organisational conflict was produced by Rahim, and he sets out a few different types of conflict that tend to happen in organisations. You can have interpersonal conflict, which happens between two individuals. So where person A in an organisation has a grievance against person B, that's a form of interpersonal conflict. AI and grievances is a whole other topic of science, actually. It used to be that the threshold for taking out a grievance against a fellow employee was quite high because the amount of work you would need to do to produce that grievance and then to see it through made it generally prohibitive unless you had a really good cause for that. Now, it's very, very easy to produce a very, very detailed grievance very quickly. So people are skipping through stages like mediation and going straight to grievance, which is a real problem for HR teams, by the by. But interpersonal conflict between two individuals. You can have intra-group conflict. So if your leadership team have a fundamental dispute between members of that team about the direction of the organisation, that's an intra-group conflict. It exists within one group in the organisation. But I think more of interest to us is intergroup conflicts. So this is where groups within the organisation are in conflict with each other. And they can be at levels of the organisation. So you may have your leadership team in conflict with your managers, or your managers in conflict with your frontline employees. You might have your sales and your marketing teams in conflict with each other. Any of these areas can be in conflict, and there's a variety of reasons why. I'll skip to those actually. This is what Raheem says about the typical reasons why you would tend to find groups in conflict with each other. They come into conflict because they've got different ways of working. Culture's a factor here as well. Some of you identified you've got subcultures in your organisation. Sam, was it you who said you've got task culture bits and role culture bits? Different ways of working, right? When they come into contact with each other, there'll be a clash. Task interdependence. So the more complex the ways in which different bits of the organisation are dependent on each other, the more likely they are to come into conflict with each other. Dependence on scarce resources like money or production capacity or any of those things, where you have got some competition in the organisation to access something that's in short supply, there'll be conflict between parties. Jurisdictional ambiguity is often a product of ambiguous organisational design. So if anyone has an organisation they've diagnosed as being an adhocracy or having some of the characteristics of an adhocracy, there you'll tend to get roles and team responsibilities that are more vaguely defined, that are fluid, and there what you'll have is a lack of clarity about who's meant to make decisions about what, which will mean there's competition and conflict around who gets to make the decision. And the relationship between line and staff, because of the power that managers have over frontline employees, again, another opportunity for conflict to emerge. So go back a little bit. This is from Fisher, and he says a couple of really interesting things about conflict. Principally, that sometimes the reason you have conflict is because there's a real tension between groups. So employees want job security and employers want a more flexible workforce. Those things are in tension with each other and that's real. But quite often you have conflicts that are about subjective issues. So what people imagine is true about the other party. And usually those two things will both play a role in any conflict. And therefore, when you try to resolve a conflict, you've got imagined issues and real issues, and both of those compounding to make the problem worse. Also says that what will tend to happen when groups are in conflict with each other is that they will invent stories about each other. They will develop stereotypes. So in the case of a conflict between your frontline employees and your leadership team, the leadership team will start saying, they're always trying it on, whatever you do, they'll always want more. And your frontline employees will say, they're out of touch. They haven't been down here in years. They don't know what it's like. And those things might not even have that much truth, but they're stereotypes that it's very easy to develop. They're almost archetypes. And they're easy to apply to a group that you're already enmeshed in a conflict with. And two things will then happen that are problematic. So firstly, when a group is in conflict with another group, that group will become more cohesive. So they will relate to each other, the members of that group, more strongly, and they will define themselves by how they differ from the group that they're in conflict with. And you get this sort of mutual intransigence that develops as that conflict gets extended, because by the time a conflict between two groups in your organisation has run for 6 months, everyone's invested quite a lot of actual and emotional energy in sustaining that. And that's a form of sunk cost bias. And we couldn't possibly back down now because we've invested so much of ourselves in sustaining it. It's also not true that all of this erupts. It quite often just goes on quietly, and you can find bits of the organisation completely unable to work with each other for sustained periods of time without it ever really turning into something that's explicit. And all of this, obviously, is really damaging to the functioning of the organisation. What did I miss? Yeah, okay. So how do we resolve conflicts when they occur? Again, last thing on conflict, and this is from Fisher. Firstly, you don't need agreement to resolve the conflict, because especially when you've got one of those long-running conflicts that's quite deep-rooted, it involves both subjective and actual issues. What you need initially is agreement that we can try and analyse the conflict and work out what's going on. Both parties are more likely to agree to that than they are to attempting to go straight to resolution. Involving a third party to try and facilitate it in some way, and to encourage this sense of dual concern, which is that it's okay for you to continue to represent and advocate for your own interests. You're allowed to do that. But the deal is that if you're going to do that and you're going to be allowed to do that, then you also have to try and see it from the other party's perspective and to recognise where their concerns come from. That allows you to enter a process of joint problem solving. If you were dealing with an issue that had a conflict at the heart of it in an organisation, a lot of what Smythe suggests actually, I think, will work really well. His methods are often about this shared sense making and problem solving. So if you can get the parties together and you can facilitate them, and again, there's a lot of facilitation in Smythe, then it could be a route through which you can try and resolve conflicts in the organisation. Some important processes. Firstly, acknowledgement of transgressions. So parties that have done something wrong in all of this, where it's fairly clear it's been wrong, should be encouraged to acknowledge that that's what's happened. But that's on the condition that those who've been wronged demonstrate a willingness to forgive. Again, all of this through the process of facilitation, which means that you need skilled interveners with, and this is what Fisher says, sound analytical skills, good interpersonal skills, the ability to detach, and good consultative and facilitative skills. Who does that sound like? I was going to say internal communications professionals, but you know, a little of both maybe. But these are skills great internal comms people have. And I think quite often there is a role, especially when you're talking about substantial intergroup conflict, where you've got significant bits of an organisation that are just not seeing each other, not being able to relate or work with each other. The internal communicator can be a helpful intermediator there through communication activities and through their interpersonal skills as well. So that's conflict. Conflict is one way that you can look at your organisation and try to analyse it and understand what's going on with it. We're going to skip now to looking at employer brands and EVPs, employer value propositions, employee value propositions. To get to that, we are going to look first, because all of these are concepts that are borrowed from the world of marketing and branding. We're going to look at them from an external perspective, try and understand what makes them work there, and then think about how they're applied internally. They're imports in the same way that employee experience is an import of customer experience. So what I'm going to do to start us off is I'm going to put some brands up on the screen, some symbols, and I want you to just tell me the first word that pops into your head for each of these. Not the name of the company, the first word that pops into your head. Okay, first one.
Knickers.
I'm open to other options.
Quality.
Hello, who was that?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
quality.
I think we both said quality.
Yeah.
Quality, absolutely. That's quality, knickers, and good food. All right.
Knickers in one go.
Fast.
Exploitation.
Fast exploitation. Okay.
Cheap.
Right.
Late.
Scummy.
Cheap and late. Okay, how about this one? Sugar.
Father Christmas.
Sugar. Christmas, always Christmas. Yeah. Okay.
Cleaning toilets.
Not
America.
Cleaning coins.
America. Okay, this one?
Nasty.
Okay, good. Thank you. Right. what you have, look, all of this, as with most things, sort of goes back to your sense making as well. All of these are examples of brand knowledge. So what I've showed you is words and colours and some symbols. They don't inherently mean anything, but you connect them with some clear ideas. There's nothing particularly innovative about an apple, but if I showed you the Apple logo, you would think about innovation. That's because we hold in our heads a bunch of associations between those symbols that I just showed you and a set of ideas about what that symbol stands for. So those are examples of brand knowledge. Brand knowledge is something that organizations try to cultivate. They want to put ideas in your head. They want to put associations in your head between the brand and a set of values and ideas. Why do they want to do that? They want to do that because it results in a difference in customer response. So if they can effectively make some associations in your mind between Coca-Cola and Christmas for some reason.
The Christmas advert.
It's the Christmas advert, I know. It is absolutely. If they and Vanessa Knickers, all of those things, if they can do that, then that will result in a better response from the customer to what it is they're offering. With the reason why a can of Coke costs more than a can of own brand cola. How many of you are confident that you could tell the difference in a blind taste test?
Megan's got her hand up.
Megan could. Megan could. You probably could, Megan, but you would be in a minority.
Yeah.
That is statistically true.
It would have to be Diet Coke.
Diet Coke. Okay, yes, fine. But the reason why you can charge 30 or 40p more for that is not because it costs 30 or 40p more to make that product, it's because of the associations you hold in your head about that brand. In most cases, people are willing to pay the money, but they can't tell the difference. So that's called brand equity. That is the pound value or dollar value or whatever currency you would like to choose that your brand puts on your bottom line simply through those positive associations that you make with customers. So that's how brands work. Companies want to offer lots of different things to lots of different people in the main, and they have one brand that's kind of present wherever the company is present, wherever the offering is present. But what marketers will tend to use in order to try and craft different offerings within that brand is value propositions. So a value proposition is where you define a specific customer group you would like to try and reach, a particular problem that they have in their lives, and a product that you're going to offer them, the way in which that solves their problem and does it better than what else is available on the market. So that is a template for a value proposition. And again, very common marketing tool that organizations will use. Here are usually a value proposition will end up being written as a, a value proposition will end up being written as a pithy statement to summarize it. So did anyone guess which one the bottom one is? That's Domino's, exactly. Why do you think it's Domino's and not, Papa John's or someone else? What is it about that that makes it recognizable? Because that's the thing they promise most often, right? So everyone says Domino's whenever I put this up on a slide. No one ever says nothing else. So they have successfully managed to sell that value proposition to you. How about the top one?
Volvo.
Yeah, that's Volvo. Yeah, exactly. So it's easy to recognize these things, right? Because the marketers have done a good idea of demonstrating to you as the potential customer or the customer that that's what it is they are. You can have a lot of value propositions under a single brand, but a brand can only stretch so far. So here are some examples of what you can do if your value proposition doesn't quite fit logically under the brand that you've created, under the set of associations you put alongside that logo or symbol. What do we think is happening in the first one? Snickers ice cream. This is a thing called stretching the brand. So Snickers works for a chocolate bar. Could we just stick Snickers on an ice cream and that makes sense? Probably not, but we can stretch the brand just a little bit into the ice cream space by just making some slight tweaks to it. You can stretch a brand into an adjacent space without detracting from the brand. How about C by Chloe? Okay, so it's a slightly narrow. Sorry, yeah, who was that on the call?
It was Georgie. Is it cheaper? I can't afford anything like that, but No,
me neither. It's cheaper is the thing, Georgie. So what they want to do is they want to maintain some of the prestige that the Chloe brand carriers, but they don't really want their high-end customers trading down to a budget line that they offer. So they're trying to access new customers without their existing customers trading down. So this is a sub-brand in effect. And then this one, no one ever gets this one, so I won't torture you with it. This is a Procter & Gamble brand, and Procter & Gamble do this all the time. They develop separate brands for each of their products because they are trying to carry a bunch of very disparate value propositions to different customers. So this is a bath and body brand that they targeted at Gen Zs a few years ago. Same stuff in the bottles as all of the other bottles, just a different bottle, right? So the idea here is that you can carry different value propositions to your customers in different ways by making some slight adaptations to the brand or coming up with a new brand or sub-branding. Why am I telling you all of this? Because the idea of the employer brand and the employee value proposition is inherently related to all of this. So this is from a book called Win the War for Top Talent that was put together by some people who worked at McKinsey in the late 90s. And they, I think, were the first people to come up with this idea that an organization needed to treat its jobs as products, and those products needed to have a clear value proposition if you wanted to attract the talented people you want in your organization to come and work for you and to stay working for you. So to apply those marketing techniques in the internal recruitment space and engagement space, I guess. They had this idea that there were 4 options for an employee value proposition. So in the same way that hot pizza delivered to your door quickly, they thought there were 4 main options for an organization. Either go with a winner, so growth and advancement in a successful company, big risk, big reward, so pay you lots of money, potentially you can advance your career, save the world, inspiring mission and exciting challenges, and lifestyle, flexibility, location, and compatibility with the boss. I mean, largely it breaks down into somewhere it's going to be horrible to work, but you get lots of money, or somewhere it's going to be quite nice to work, but it might go a little slower in your career. They were really concerned with people who had the potential to be top execs. That's who they were focused on, because there was a concern, particularly in the late 90s, that top talent was really hard to find, and that the competition for top talent amongst big organizations particularly was really the defining factor in whether or not they would succeed against their competitors. So this stuff was becoming important. A couple of quotes here around how the EVP tends to be defined now. And the thing that I think is interesting about this is increasingly over the years, EVP has been interpreted not just as what the organization offers to you as a customer stroke employee, but also what it requires of you. So it's basically where that psychological contract gets enshrined, or the idea behind it in your organization. Same here. It's to do with the give and get of the employment relationship. And it's a way in which that can be clearly articulated to employees and potential employees. The employer brand, very closely related idea, was developed by a guy called Simon Barrow around the same time. And he applied a lot of that thinking that I just outlined for you around consumer brands to recruitment brands. So you need a big brand proposition, the thing that you want to be known for as an employer, no matter which of your employees or potential employees you're talking to, and then specific employee value propositions below that. So, Kat, you work for a university. You might want different employee value propositions for your academics to your administrative staff, for example, because you're trying to get different people with different motivations. You need to appeal to them in a different way, but those need to be logically consistent with the overall proposition for what you want to be known for as an employer. All of this was, as I say, a process of importing a load of established thinking about how to manage brands and manage marketing into the organisation. Simon Barrow turned up at the CIPD AGM this year to remind everyone that he thought it was important that HR people acted like marketers. So he's still pushing it for sure.
I know. Well, because you met Jenny, didn't you? Or Jenny was online, Jenny Davenport. And when he developed it at People in Business, I don't think she was MD at People in Business then, but the two of them were working hand in glove together.
They were. Yeah, very
nice
much.
bloke.
Lovely chap, really nice chap, and cares very much about this stuff.
He does.
He does. And again, a couple of definitions here for you about the employer brand, but broadly, this is about what reputation do you want as an employer. And what's important about all of this is if you go to the trouble of deciding what you would like your reputation to be as an employer, and then you go out and you tell people what you're going to be like as an employer, is the same if when people arrive, it's not really like that. It's the same as if this is what turns up from Domino's. The delivery on that promise needs to be as strong as the promise itself. So quite often what happens in organizations, I've seen this with a lot of HR teams, is they want to do an exercise on the employer brand. They want to make themselves attractive to potential employees so that their recruitment operations are more successful, but they don't change anything about the organization and what it's like to work for, and they aren't happy that describing the organization as it is would make for a compelling employer brand. So you've got a real problem there, because essentially it's an acknowledgement that your workplace is not attractive to people. And a lot of organisations, I think, if push comes to shove, if they were really asked about that and they had to give an honest answer and question whether or not they have created a really great place to work for people that would attract great talent to come and stay. A bit more about what Barrow says, and then we'll move on briefly to talk about employee experience, and I'll give you some time to talk. So, firstly, your corporate brand, the big brands, M&S, Amazon, whatever, that's probably enough for that top level. You probably don't need to develop an entirely separate brand for your recruitment, if only because you've got a load of positive associations tied up with that brand, and you're throwing it all away if you try to start with something completely different. So it probably doesn't even need a sub-brand. It's probably enough to work within the structure of the corporate brand. Don't just print loads of stuff and give it to people without changing anything meaningful. Coincide it with substantive changes. So if you are going to tell people that you offer brilliant flexibility and the opportunity for them to build the rest of their life around their working life, then you've got to actually do it. You've got to put policies and interventions into place to make that happen. Otherwise, don't tell people that that's what you do. You've got to focus on benefits and do not overclaim. So these are the things that we actually offer. And check external communication with the current experience. I think I've said enough about that already. It needs to match up. And then symbolize your intent through tangible actions. And one of the things that he says is most important here is if you're telling people that you create a supportive environment for people to pursue their careers and do exciting things, then if they're micromanaged by an arsehole, again, you need to take action on poor management behaviours in order that the experience is consistently good for people coming into the organisation.
There's really interesting overlap here, isn't there, with Shine and espouse beliefs and values, and does the organisation do all the things that it says that it's going to do? It's all the same principles.
It's all the same stuff. It is. It links very closely. Look, very briefly, one of the things that's challenging about this is that all of this assumes that there's some unique group of people out there who are motivated by something completely distinct to your organisation that you're going to be able to find your way to. Actually, the stuff that people actually want from work is pretty consistent throughout all forms of work and all people that do it. People, primarily, what people want out of work is to be paid for the work. That is still the thing. However purpose-driven we think the young people coming into the workplace are, they would still definitely like to get paid. They do care about the perception of the employer, though, and to a degree, the prestige of the employer does make a difference to people. But again, that will only matter if it's borne out in the experience people actually have. And career development opportunities, which I alluded to a couple of times before, they are important to people. So whether or not they are in the contract, most people arrive into an organisation and a new job.
Do you think they are, though, to the extent? I'd say our kind of internal research suggests that people say that, but they don't. When push comes to shove, they don't necessarily mean it.
They don't want the career development opportunities. I can only tell you that people say that that's what they want. So if the experience is in reality, people just want to get paid and continue to do the same job indefinitely without change, then there probably are organisations where that's more true than not. I also think, to a degree, this is a thing people think they're expected to say about themselves. I do always start my annual reviews with my boss by saying, I just want to remind you that I'm not interested in progression, learning or growth. Just to put the whole thing in context. Makes it really difficult to know where to take the conversation from there. Okay, I'm going to say, I promised that we would do 20 minutes of chat, didn't I? So I'm going to do 3 minutes on employee experience. Right. Employee experience, new kid on the block in terms of how we look at the employee-employer relationship, has got a lot of attention in the last 5 years, I would say. This is a really good report. I didn't have one last year. This has come out since then from Gustafsson, which is a meta-analysis. So this looks at all of the academic work on employee experience and therefore what we know about it. And what we know about it is that it actually has a lot of very familiar characteristics. It's the employee's perceptions of the relationship to the employing organisation. So in that sense, it's really got a lot of the same characteristics as those ideas of the psychological contract or of the employer brand or of the EVP. That it's holistic, so it's based on their entire experience of the organisation and how the organisation expresses itself. Again, a bit like the employer brand. I could go on. It's a really interesting report. It's worth a read through. There is some stuff that I think is new and different about employee experience when it gets to the what do you actually do level. So the thing that I think this responds to is what we've seen in customer experience management, where we have so much data now about customers because of the way that they're interacting with us, that we're able to make more intentional decisions about how customers are routed through different journeys and what happens to them at each point of their experience with a company. And the idea is that we can start doing this with employees as well. We can create a workplace where people have a very personalized experience of how they interact with the employer, and a lot of that will happen through digital channels, which is probably true to a degree. So some of the practices that are associated with this are things like journey mapping. So you might map out an end-to-end journey for an employee through their performance life cycle, for example, and you might, on that, create a load of interventions that happen through things like automated messaging and stuff like that. And also what the manager is expected to do and any of those other things. And there's this sense that you can experiment more as well, that what you can do is to kind of do A/B testing, you can pilot things, you can continually be tweaking the customer experience, almost you've got that opportunity to observe it and measure it as an ecosystem and identify where you can make improvements to it. And I think that there's a lot of merit to that, but I don't think conceptually it's vastly different to all of the other ways that we have of looking at the employee-employer relationship. Because this has existed for years, right? In organizations, since I've been working in organizations, people have talked about the employee life cycle and the fact that a succession of things happen to people when they're in organizations. I just think that there are possibly some new tools that we have to try and manage that life cycle and the way that people move through it. And that's a lot of what EX talks about, I think. One last one, and this is just from one of the many consultancy books on the employee experience. This reinforces a lot of that stuff. But what's really different about this is that it's about kind of defining the individual moments and being able to craft, design those in a way that's perhaps a little bit more intentional and granular than it was before. That it's holistic, and again, I think we've referred to this already, but it involves the technological workplace, but also the physical workplace and the organizational culture. All of those things come together to determine someone's experience of the organization. And that it's related to purpose. The thing that they do say in their book, which I find a bit iffy, is that the organisation has to connect people with some greater purpose than just making money. And I think that that's okay to a degree, but a lot of organisations do exist mainly to make money, and creating a relationship with your employees that suggests otherwise feels like it might be shoddy foundations to a degree, which comes back to those points around you've got to make sure that the pizza you tell people they're going to get is the one that you actually deliver. So give you some questions to think about, because I appreciate I've thrown loads at you there. I was rushing a bit. Just have a bit of a think about which of these ideas, the psychological contract, conflict, the employer brand, the EVP, and employee experience, feel most useful to you as internal communicators, and why, and how might they affect or influence your work? Okay, we'll do 15 minutes on this and then get a little bit of feedback from each group. Yeah, that was an element of it, right? Okay, everyone, that'll do. We'll debrief for a few minutes and then give you a bit of a break before we look at employee engagement, which is another way that you can look at this relationship between employers and their employees. Let's get a little bit of feedback from people on, particularly on what's useful and feels most applicable in your practice. Maybe I can come to the there I am. I'll come to the group on the call first. We'll do the bit now where you stare at each other until someone agrees.
One of the things we discussed was the impact of the economy on all of this, and the need to do this. Let's say if in a down economy, do you really need to do this? Should you do it anyway? And just kind of that concept of if people need a job and you have one to offer, how much of this is necessary, and how should you go about doing it maybe differently in that context?
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Georgie.
I was, saying in the NHS, we don't necessarily have the same kind of draw or lever, but people are, people go into the NHS not necessarily motivated by that. But when you actually recognise the fact that they're not, doing this for love, they do still want to pay the bills. And we're seeing a lot more of that in the last 5 years as we've come out the pandemic. People go, don't effing clap me, give me the pay rise that's above inflation or whatever, and also the like Matthew was saying, the impact of the economy kind of making it it's kind of almost obviating the need to show love to people, because there's the kind of like, look, I'm helping you put food on the table, and that doesn't sit comfortably in the NHS. So
no, I think, Georgie, there'd be a lot of organisational context where that's true. And Matthew, I think what you're saying is right as well. In an economy with a tight labour market, then you go back to that economic lens for the employment relationship, then the supply and demand tips in favour of the employer rather than the employee. In situations where organisations are hungry for employees and there aren't enough skilled people on the market to satisfy those vacancies, then the need to differentiate becomes greater. But I guess the issue for you is you'll be carrying employees who've been present with the organisation the whole way through both of those phases. What impression of the organisation does it leave them with to see you oscillate between those two positions? So it's all very true. And you're right, Georgie. I worked in an organisation where we had a reward consultant come in, and the guy was absolutely committed to the idea that what people really wanted was more non-financial reward. Really.
Yeah. Sure. They don't want apps with cinema tickets. They really, really don't. They want pay restoration.
Please just pay me so that I don't feel like I'm losing money. Okay, good. Let's go to the back over here.
I think we've discussed about the employee life cycle, and we saw that we've touched a lot of areas in that circle.
As communicators, we do, yes. Yeah. And look, and I think that that's what's useful for us about some of those methodologies that were associated with EX as well. So whilst I'm a little bit skeptical about it as a reinvention of how we manage our relationships with employees. I think the idea of the different teams like facilities, IT, internal comms, HR, working together with a mapped out employee life cycle and going, right, what is each of us going to do to create a good experience at each of these points? That's a smart way of working together, and therefore, maybe more than some of the other ideas, it gives us a framework for how we do that.
Also, I've noticed there's exactly what you said about journey mapping. There's now something called SLAs, like experience management, which exactly does what you mentioned, like touching on those moments that matters and measuring them one by one. So I was quite shocked to see the resemblance between the two.
Yeah, it's very similar, very similar. Okay, let's go down to the front here. Hi.
Well, I was going to say, opposite to what you just said about the financials, is that actually there are so many benefits at the ONS that people recognise and have identified as being valuable in surveys, and they say we don't get paid enough. Across the civil service, we're one of the least best paid per grade. So someone working at my grade could get paid £4,000 or £5,000 more at the DWP, for example.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of talk about we don't get enough money, but also there's a lot of talk about, well, actually we've got a lot of flexibility with our jobs. We've got a great pension. There are rewards and recognition benefits. There's a lot of really good things that people find useful and makes it possible for them to show up, working from home, all of that. So those are things that can be communicated as benefits depending on what it is that you want to talk about. So you can communicate in that sort of language as to the value of what it is that's occurring, or to people, or by people. So it's definitely useful.
I think that's an EVP employer brand issue. So that's about you being clear about what it is you offer as an employer and why you think that that's a good offering. And if you then use that to attract people to the organisation, and you're clear about what the pay's like, then that means you're right, the psychological contract to some degree. Now, there may also need to be a conflict management process there as well, because you've got two groups of people in the organisation with different ideas about what should be offered, and that might require some intermediation.
Well, actually, in respect of that, at the same time, the leadership is saying, we agree, and we are going to the Cabinet Office with our case to try and get an increase for them, so that they're doing what they can and showing that they're doing what they can.
Yeah, which I'm sure will be received well.
It happens a lot. Everyone's so used to complaining about it.
Well, it's moving the conflict up, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're on your side.
We're on your side. We'll go to these people with an impossible ask.
I haven't really said that. They've said that already too. It's impossible. It's an impossible ask. We know that, but we're doing it anyway.
We'll do it anyway. Yeah, well, I can see why they'd be attracted to that. Okay. Any thoughts from the table in the middle in terms of what's useful here? What can we apply?
I can say, like, for me, a lot of this is very useful, because actually I work for a company that's just about to introduce its EVP this year, because a couple of years ago we acquired a bunch of other companies, and we were really integrating and growing from an organization of like 500 people to like over 2,000 people that we have now across these different entities that we have been integrating for the last couple of years. And now we're ready to say, look, as an organization, we understand that we all come from different places, and so probably all these kind of understandings of what the company would give us were very different, and we want to kind of like introduce transparency into what it is that we offer to the company as a whole with these other entities that have been integrated into it, and what's the give and the get of both of these things. So I found that actually very, very kind of like spot on into my situation. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Good to hear that. We're going to continue this conversation after the break, because we're going to look at probably the idea that's had the most staying power, and probably in lots of ways the most influence in how we discuss the relationship between organisations and their employees for the last 20 years, and possibly longer, which is the idea of employee engagement, which Liz is going to talk us through. It's very much another lens on exactly the same thing, as I'm sure you're getting the idea. This is a recurrent theme in the Masters. All of these are different ways of looking at the same stuff, and sometimes the different ways can get you to a new understanding. I think employee engagement's another example of that. It's also an idea that's become increasingly controversial, I would say. So an interesting one for us to dig into. Let's take a 15-minute break and then we'll be back for that.
Oh, thank you for me. What's the content?
Good to go, Liz.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right. This is it. Final push.
Your glasses.
I'm throwing up, so I'm throwing all my belongings away. In my excitement.
So not the nick.
No, they're perfect. They are marked for flexible. That's probably getting into too much detail, really. Right, so what we're going to be covering this afternoon, and I'll do it as a bit of a rattle neck speed. That's all right. Because what I want us to do is have the opportunity to be talking about it. But we're looking at, well, what is employee engagement? And then, no, but really, what is internal employee engagement? By sort of looking at those underpinning concepts, and then, well, you know, what can you be doing about it? How can you be building it? And then, as you know, as part of that, we're going to look at organisational voice. Which actually I was thinking about it, you know, because it fits within employee engagement. It also fits within the channels bit we did this morning, and it fits within measurement. Because, you know, if you think about it, a lot of the most valuable data that we get as we're rolling out a project is that ongoing feedback and data that allows us to be adjusting and doing stuff about it. So yeah, it's a very malleable thing, but absolutely essential. But anyway, let's start off. I'm not going to do this as a full exercise, but I'm going to ask sort of 2 or 3 people just to shout out. What's your definition of employee engagement? And presuming that you do want to build employee engagement, why? What are you aiming to achieve by it? And that is a many-headed beast, simply because I suspect the definitions we'll get out will be fairly disparate. Anyone want to say what employee engagement is for them? Oh, silence, everyone.
People feeling like connected and motivated, and they're not sort of, I was going to say disengaged, really unhelpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd say like feeling connected and motivating and actually wanting to do.
Okay, so motivation, wanting to do things, and feeling connected as well. And you could possibly differentiate those, you know, sort of motivation and wanting to do stuff as being outcomes, and then the being connected as maybe one of the drivers that's delivering those outcomes. Is that fair to say? Okay. Somebody else.
Being listened to.
Right. Okay, that will definitely be one of the drivers of engagement, won't it? Sort of being wanting to be listened to, which potentially could then contribute to that wanting to do your best, and being motivated, etc. I'll take one from someone online. We can only see Georgie at the moment. Georgie, you're in the frame. Oh no, we can see everyone now, so you're off. But somebody, what would you say employee engagement is, or what is it you're looking to get from it?
Oh Lordy, it's like the Holy Grail for me. It's that emotional connection for me, and therefore kind of difficult to nail down. Right.
Okay, but it's definitely around that. So it's something emotional, so something affective, you know, and you want to turn it into the academic jargon. There's an affective connection that then leads on to presumably the wanting to do your best, etc., etc.
I might add fostering like a sense of loyalty toward the company.
Yeah, so that could be another outcome of engagement, a sense of loyalty, of wanting to speak positively about the organisation. That could well be one of the outcomes of engagement. But there are many ways of defining it. Can we move on one, please? Thanks. And I've got just a couple here. Those of you who are following on slides, there's the odd bit that I cut, okay, just where we've got a bit of duplication, and I'll tell you when we're going from the employee engagement slides to the channels slides, because you may need to make a switch. So I've got a couple of definitions here. The first one is from Hewitt. It's quite well-known definition from a consultancy that it's about saying, staying, and striving. So it's about talking positively, not leaving, and putting extra time into it. And then we've got one from Welsh, who you'll remember from the very beginning of Module 1, the academic who did the work on sort of stakeholder analysis of internal communication. And she talks about it as a dynamic and changeable psychological state. The linkages, linking to the organisations, you talked about that. And it's to do with organisation member role performances, so that's the striving, and you can see it physically, cognitively, emotionally, and she says it's influenced by organisational level internal communication. So this is a paper, it's in the reference list, but it's one that's worth looking at if you're going to be exploring employee engagement specifically as part of your video. She sort of talks about some of the connections that exist. Can we move on again, please? Thanks. But there are actually lots of different ways about talking about engagement, and we could spend the rest of the afternoon talking about definitions, and you would go to sleep, because 4 of the different ways of looking at it, and this is in a book by Truss et al. Katie Truss, who did a lot of work on engagement, and in fact at one stage when we were at Kingston was our kind of our Sally in those days. But it's a very good book. The first chapter is about what is employee engagement, and you'll see here there's 4 different ways of looking at it in this book. The needs satisfying approach, that's very much around does my job meet my personal needs? So Kat, I can imagine within your academic community, in the university, then work engagement is probably one of the things that you don't have to work so hard on, because there is that engagement there to start with. Then you've got the almost like the opposite of that you can look at it as being, okay, so engagement is the opposite of being burnt out. I wouldn't spend too much time worrying about what that one means. It's a bit convoluted. You've got the satisfaction versus engagement approach. And so Gallup, does anyone use the Gallup Q12? Good. It's actually, the Gallup employee engagement survey, and it's got 12 questions, one of which, one I hate the worst, is I have a best friend at work. And altogether, those add up to employee engagement, they say. But actually, anyone else who's looked at it has said, well, actually, when you look at that correlated score, it's exactly the same as the overall score for job satisfaction, which they also have within the survey. So why not just measure job satisfaction in the first instance then? And also, satisfaction and engagement are not the same thing. Yeah, I can see nods here, so I don't need to explain the difference there. And then I think this final one is where it starts getting really interesting, the multi-dimensional approach. And this was Sachs. And this is in 2006. And this is where I think we really start to perk our ears up. Because Sachs was saying, right, when we look at engagement, we're thinking about engagement both with your job, with your work, but also with the organisation. And I think is that more the territory we're in? We're probably in some of the work territory as well, but certainly engagement with the organisation is what we're really interested in. Can we move on again, please?
Hands up.
Oh, Amy.
I was just going to say, particularly for my organisation, the last one really resonates because we know that our frontline completely resonate with their work and their team, but do not recognise the company at all. So their engagement is entirely with their work, which they're really proud of and want to keep doing. But even they still refer to themselves by the old company name of British Rail from before the 1990s in a lot of cases. So you can see the differentiation there.
Yeah, and I would say, well, actually, for all of us, we need to think about, so how much does it matter? And it might be really important that they also feel that sense of engagement with the organisation as well. But then, you know, there may be circumstances when you think, well, actually, no, what we want is people being engaged with their work. And this is kind of where I'm moving on to, because it's about being nice and specific about what you're trying to do and why. And CIPD is going to be our friend in this process.
As always.
As always. But before we do that, there's a chap called Rob Reiner, who is probably the most miserable academic known to man. He started off, he did a previous study about workplace stress doesn't really exist. What he does is he basically takes everything that's been looked at as within a particular concept and says, well, does this stand up to scrutiny or not? You know, can we really identify it, isolate it, measure it? Because that's the kind of the academic approach, yeah? And so what you'll see what he says here, I'll summarise it, right? Well, you could talk about employee behaviour or attitudes or feelings or on what's going on in the organisation that affects any of those. Or you could say that it's a combination of the two and which bits influence that. And all of that is called employee engagement. In other words, when it comes to combining engagement, it appears that anything goes. Humph! Takes up his papers, walks out of the room. So he wasn't very impressed back in 2014 and the work that was being done on employee engagement. So it's just too woolly.
He presented this at an event in London called the Employee Engagement Summit.
Oh, brilliant.
And was somewhat surprised that it didn't go down better.
Yeah. So anyway, let's move on. So the story continues, and I think he's got a point, really. That, you know, and it's quite interesting. A lot of the history of employee engagement is that academics historically were really, really sniffy about it because they'd say, look, it's taking loads of old concepts that have been around for years, like commitment, organisational identification, motivation, etc., banging them all together and saying there's no difference between them. There absolutely is. What's the point of it? And then more practical people, like, for example, CIPD, who would say, but actually, this has really helped forge the interest in employee engagement over the last 15, 20 years, has really helped build some progressive management policies. So it might be a little bit fuzzy, but at the same time, it's helped make a difference. But in 2021, what CIPD decided was, actually, it would be quite useful to have a proper look at this for the sake of having reliable insight, credibility, and impact. Let's make sure we're being precise in what we're talking about. And so they did, at that stage, a meta-analysis. And what I would strongly suggest as a result of this presentation is that meta-analysis is now, thanks to Ollie, on the Sol.
Thanks to somebody put it on Sol.
Some mysterious person.
No one here could possibly say who that was.
No one knows. No one knows how this broke through CIPD's paywall and ended up on the Sol website. But it's such a good paper, honestly, because it looks at employee engagement, but what it also does is it's really good and really straightforward at explaining about how to look at and understand employee research. And I think it's well worth doing, even if you're not that interested in the engagement part of it, just their step-by-step explanation of what they were doing, why they were doing, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. When you're looking at statistics and papers and things, it's a good read. And so what they've done is they said, right, okay, so in terms of engagement, what is it? Let's give it a definition. And they say it is a state of being. So they're saying it's not the things you do to affect people's state of being. Engagement itself is the state of being itself. And there's two broad types. And to start with, there's work engagement. And that means, as an individual, how much vigor you bring to your work. You know, how energetic are you? How resilient are you in carrying out your tasks? How dedicated are you to it? You know, how much enthusiasm do you bring to it? And absorption, that's about, like, you know, when you get into the flow and you're really concentrating, and just time is part, you know, that's it, that whole really having an absorption in your work. And they said that's one type of engagement, and that is where it all really started. It started with this guy Khan, C-H-A-N, back in 1990, and he was the first person to really look at that. And that's the bit that's actually, in terms of different research studies, that's the bit that's been studied the most. And then separately, we've got employee engagement, which is much broader. So that includes the work engagement, but it's also things like how engaged do we feel with the organisation itself, you know, and how committed are we to the organisation? How motivated do we feel overall? So there's these two types of engagement, and they differ from, on the one hand, the things we do in the organisation to build that sense of engagement. So you've got the drivers, the things you do to build engagement, but that is separate from employee engagement itself, and it's also very definitely separate from just job satisfaction. I am satisfied with my job. Any questions about that bit? Okay, can we move on? Thanks. And so if we can get rid of the chat, thanks. And so behind that, they've also teased that. The reason I'm sharing this is we can then look at, so we'll look at what the concepts are, and we'll look at what difference they make. What difference does really being committed, having organisational commitment make? And what difference does having organisational identification make? What difference does work motivation make? Because they've teased all of that out. So we'll look at what builds it, what difference it makes, and then we'll look at what builds it. And all of this is based on their meta-analysis of every decent study that's ever been done on employee engagement. So it's robust stuff. And you'll see they say, right, okay, so behind engagement, what we've got to start with is organisational commitment. But organisational commitment in itself falls into 3 categories. So we'll start with these bottom 2, continuance and normative. So continuance commitment is, I can't afford to leave. Golden handcuffs. Yeah. Now I've got to stay because of X, Y, and Z, which isn't going to help very much. Then you've got normative commitment, and that means I feel I ought to stay. I don't want to, but I feel I ought to. And Georgie, I think there was certainly, I was hearing a lot about that within the NHS around the time of COVID. I'm not sure how much continues to be an issue now, but people feel a moral obligation to stay.
Yeah, resentfully, I think sometimes it comes out.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, that's really not that useful. It's the affective commitment where you've actually got an emotional connection with the organisation. That's what's useful. And likewise with organisational identification, that's around, I really kind of feel like I'm at one with the organisation. You know, I feel like my values and the organisation's values, there's a real affinity between them. And again, there's obviously a benefit there. We'll go on to see what it is in a minute. And then there's work motivation as well. So I want to do my best with my work. And
sorry.
Yes.
What's the difference between the affective and then the identification?
So affective commitment was, I feel really committed to the organisation. You know, I want to be doing my best for the organisation. Whereas organisational identification is more like that sort of real sense of I identify with everything that they stand for. I mean, sometimes you could identify with what something stands for. No, probably more the other way around. You could feel committed, you know, I want to be doing my best, but I don't really feel that sense of identity with it in the same way. Then when we get on to looking at what's beneath this, that'll probably help as well.
But those two presumably are quite connected.
There are relationships between them which the report looks at. Yeah.
People would say, you know, it's like it's a part of who I am with OI. That's people feel that real sense that it's part of their self. Part of
like in a values alignment then, like my values align with the organisation.
Yeah,
it can be to do with the kind of prestige of the brand as well. That's another thing that makes people feel that sense of identification. That it's something they feel strongly attached to, would feel reluctant to lose that connection.
Absolutely.
Does it depend on like length of tenure too? Like presumably if you work for the same organisation for like 25 years, then it's grown into part of who you are in a way that like, I don't know if that.
Let's wait, because I'm in danger here of second guessing the minute detail that the report went into, because we will look at what is it that actually builds it. Okay, so if we move on, so why does it actually matter having employee engagements? We've said, you know, you can dissect employee engagement and say it's these different things. Here we're more kind of aggregating a bit again, and this is from the Engage for Success movement. Is everyone aware of McLeod and Clark and the Engage for Success movement generally? Great. And in 2012, they did a report called Nailing the Evidence, which was looking at what difference does employee engagement make. And the answer is quite a lot. I have to say that paper doesn't have the same rigour attached to it as the CIPD one does. But I think there's general agreement that each of these things are things that that engagement can help with. Sorry, can we move on again? Thanks.
Yeah.
And actually, one of the things that the CIPD report is really good at is sort of disentangling where you've just got correlation with where you've got causation. Because you could say, right, for example, with work engagement, right, so if you're engaged at work, then your performance will go up. Or you could say, if you're performing really well at work, then your engagement with that work will go up. Just because two things are, you know, sort of appear to be associated with each other, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are. And in fact, with the example I've just given you, the report does say there is a two-way relationship there. You know, when they've measured it in more detail, yes, you know, if you are engaged with your work, then your product or your performance probably will go up. But also, when you just have a fantastic day at work and you've really smashed it, you're probably going to feel more engaged with it as well. But this next slide shows why it's very important not to get too caught up with correlations. This is an entire website. The previous slide has the URL. The average views of science fiction stuff on YouTube correlates with the popularity of the Willy Wonka meme. And there are any number of correlations on this website. My favourite is the overall divorce rate in the United States and the consumption of margarine in May. And you can see they are identical. So you cannot say, right, just because something looks like the two things are correlated, that they necessarily are. What you need to do is have longitudinal studies, and it's measuring over time what's happening that will help you see, actually, is there a genuine relationship here or not? And the report describes it very well, and also this every year this always gets a laugh. It's well worth looking at the actual URL as well, because they're hysterical. Right, so why does it matter? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about why it matters, and then we'll take a little look at and how do you build it from what CIPD says, and then I'm going to get you to think about, okay, so what can we have an influence on? Okay, so that's what our agenda is for the next 10 minutes or so. So affective commitment, yeah, which we talked about. So that's when you really feel that sense of commitment to the organisation at an emotional level. What that predicts that actually people are more likely to do stuff over and above the job. So contextual performance. If you really feel committed, you're more likely to help other people out, to get involved in other activities. But it also has an impact on this other list. Okay, so how you feel about the job, and how your performance, and whether or not you leave, and how, you know, your general well-being, and whether you take sneaky days off. Then organisational identification is related both to that contextual performance going over and above the job. So if you really identify with the organisation, you will get involved in stuff over and above the day job. And it's also going to have some impact on just the actual job itself and how much effort you're putting into the job. And then it also has a relationship on these various different attributes. Here, I would highlight here brand congruent behaviour. You know, if you really identify with the organisation, you're going to talk positively about it.
You ever met anyone who works for Disney? They're almost wholly like that.
Unless they're French.
Quite possibly. But that identification with the brand is so strong.
Yeah. And then, you know, if you're engaged with your work, then that's also going to have an impact on various other factors as well. But yeah, it's a lot of detail on this slide, but all of it is in the report and it's well explained. But I think for us, it's about when we say we want to increase engagement, what do we really mean? What are we trying to do? Are we trying to build that overall sense of commitment? Are we trying to do more to help people feel that identification with the organisation? Are we getting people to be engaged with their work? What specifically are we talking about? And I know we have some students, don't we, Ollie, in module 4, who will start off by saying, oh, I want to do something on improving engagement. And our first question will be, well, why? What's the organisational benefit here? And then we'll usually get to narrow down. So, for example, I had one student who had this issue because they were in an organisation where a number of their people were embedded in client organisations. And that was proving a real issue for them. With high turnover and people starting to identify with the client organisation rather than theirs. So it was organisational identification was the specific thing they needed to be working on in order to make a difference, not just employee engagement overall. Is this all making sense? Brilliant. Let's just go on quickly and so we can get to a right now. So now we're on to the how to build it. So we'll just have a little look at this and then get you to think about it in your contexts. So this is just, you know, there's any number of different general pieces that you can read about this. The Institute of Employment Studies, I've chosen that because they're really reputable sort of institution, a little bit sort of, they're kind of similar to CIPD, though I don't think they're a membership based, but you know, they're very much a research based organisation. And you'll see what they've said here. So awareness of business context, big tick for us. Work with colleagues to improve performance. The organisation must work to develop and nurture engagement, which requires a two-way relationship. Internal communication, yeah, coming in straight away. John Smythe, who you've heard about once or twice over the last 2 days, and his big thing is engagement is delivered through a culture of distributed leadership. So it's about leaders having both the courage and the kind of the experience and their techniques to be able to give some of their power away and get people to be thinking things through for themselves. And as he says, for people to at work to liberate their creativity, to deliver surprisingly good results for their institution and for themselves. And there's all sorts of stuff in his book about different participatory type approaches, workshop approaches, etc., that you can take at an organisational level as well to be thinking about how you do this. But he has a big warning in the book as well. It's ever so difficult for leaders because it means acting in a way that is counterintuitive to the majority of leaders. You know, or we ultimately want to keep control. So there's a lot of work needed with leaders to do that. So you were talking about one of our students from Sana from a couple of years ago and how actually they were working almost entirely in a co-creational way.
He was a games developer.
Yeah.
So their way of working was almost entirely emergent. So a lot of those theories yesterday were perhaps less easy to see how they directly relate to some work environments. Very true in kind of rigid structured work environments. But their chief exec, I think, largely saw himself as a kind of facilitator of other people's innovation. Very Smithian.
Yeah. Absolutely. So it can be done. Right, let's move on quickly. Oh, just zoom through this till we get up to the top of the pyramid. Right, so Smythe and, McLeod and Clark, most of you are probably familiar with this. I won't go through the rest of it. You need leaders that are bought into all of this for any of it to work, but they distill down the research that they did on this to 4 key things you need to do. Have a clear strategic narrative, so people understand where the organisation's come from, where it is now, where it's going. They're kept regularly updated. They understand where they fit. Having engaging managers who coach and stretch their people. That's what we were just talking about from John Smythe's point of view. Employee voice, that's us, and values and behaviours. That's organisational integrity, which is, does the organisation say what it says it's going to do? So that's, are the espousing values and values and beliefs actually lived in practice? So that then is a simple distillation of what will build engagement. And there are some very obvious ways in which we can contribute at that level. Let's move on again. And now we're back to CIPD and their more analytical, dissective approach. And this is the things they say will help with the different types of engagement. So for work engagement, you want people who have those psychological traits. You know, if you feel like, I'm a competent person, I can do this, you know, I have resilience, I believe in myself, then that's going to help. Having the right job design and resources, so having a line manager that supports you and you've got that feedback, but you're also given freedom. People management, authentic, transformational. Any links with Unit 1 here? Organisational support, feeling cared for and valued, colleague support generally, and things like flexible working, mindfulness, things that make the organisation show it or give the impression that the organisation cares. So it's back to some of the things that Ollie was just talking about in the last session, really. These things all kind of overlap with each other to a really horrendous extent. Because ultimately we're talking about people at work, aren't we? So they're always going to overlap. Let's move on. So what about organisational commitment then? This is the affective commitment. So we can see here social support, feedback, praise, recognition, empowerment. Okay, we have talked so much about actually giving up power. Job characteristics itself, job security is an important one. You know, if you think you're going to be chucked out tomorrow, you're not really going to be that committed. Organisational justice, Ollie was just talking about that. Yeah, that sense of I'm treated fairly, everyone else is treated fairly too, and openness of decision making is part of all of that. Do you see how there's just so much internal comm stuff in here? Recognition and reward, and transformational leaders. Let's move on to the next one. So organisational identity, that's around how's the organisation seen by others? And what is it doing to build, you know, things like what CSR is it doing? How much is there trust and respect? You know, how, to what extent are leaders demonstrating trust and respect? There's all that stuff around personal values and fit. And then I think all of the rest of these, you can see we've got the same themes coming up again: organisational justice, organisational support, organisational trust, feeling valued, etc. Well-being, being cared for. And then they've got a whole bit about motivation and what builds motivation, but you know, we've only got limited time and it's a really easy read. Let's move on again. So you've got access to these slides in terms of the detail. I'd like us to take, I don't know, what do you think? Should we take until, I'll give you just till just after 10 past, so not quite a quarter of an hour, but almost a quarter of an hour, just thinking about, so what can we do? What can we do? Given what Clark have said, given what the CIPD have said about predictors for engagement, what are the practical steps that we can be taking? Where are the levers for us that we could be pulling based on all that data? That's really good quality data there about things that could actually make a difference. Any questions about the task? Does that make sense, the task? Okay, so we'll go into groups and I'll get you back up just before quarter past. I'll pull everybody back. Excuse me, because our online colleagues are back. So we have got another 32 minutes on this. After which we will have a brief wrap up and then we're done. Hurrah! So, what I'm going to do again, not loads of feedback from this one. The value was really the talking it through for yourselves. It'd be great just to get a couple of points from people. So I'll go to our online group first, and any practical steps from you.
Sorry, I just had a little visitor. If anybody heard noise, I apologise. As I'm speaking, I might as well. We were speaking about how senior leaders can basically undo the good work. So we've looked through some of the predictors of work engagement that we can influence, and then very quickly realised actually we can do our bit, but if leaders don't behave in appropriate ways, it makes no difference what we've done, because they can go and undo it themselves by the way they interact with people, the way they speak when they're not on videos and that kind of thing. So we had quite a chat about that actually.
Interesting. And actually that'll kind of relate to, in some ways, what we'll be doing next module when we're talking about, you know, influencing and coaching senior managers where there are, you know, really difficult behaviours. You know, to what extent is it that we just have to say, right, okay, so we just can't touch that then, and to what extent can we actually be helping leaders to see some of the impact of what they're doing? And the measurement bit fits in there as well, I think, doesn't it, in terms of giving safe feedback. I would never give personal feedback to a leader without actually having data to back it up personally, because I always quite liked carrying on working in a consultancy capacity or whatever in the organisation. But no, nice point, Tracy. Right, how about the group at the front? Any, just like a key word of wisdom from you?
I talked about two things in terms of brand advocacy, because I was saying I used to work for WH Smith. My wife used to work for Network Wear. So whenever we'd go to parties, everyone would tell me a lovely story about WH Smith, how their granny took them there for Christmas shopping. And I'd like sit there, like big smile on my face and feel quite proud. And they'd turn to my wife and go, I got on the train last week and it was late. So she'd be like miserable. And so it did make me feel proud to work for the company.
Yeah. At the expense of your wife. Yeah, just travel.
Not only did I feel proud, I used to
I definitely feel that. If I have to hear about the train tickets one more time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Right, the group in the middle.
I think one of the things we touched on was the importance of engagement with line managers, and the impact that they can have with the workforce. So it's just one key point that we discussed.
Yeah, absolutely. And there've been other studies of engagement. I don't think that this one particularly pulled it out, but the previous CIPD studies, I think from memory, that have talked about people don't leave their organisations, they leave their managers. In fact, I think was that Wilson one of his things. Yeah.
And then resonated back to the pre-masters assignment that we did.
Absolutely. And again, so many links across the various bits. So they're critical for engagement, and then we were talking about them in terms of channels, etc. And they're such a linchpin, really. Okay, fantastic. And the group at the back.
One sort of common thing that we spoke about that sort of affected all three areas of identification, commitment, and engagement was around kind of success stories and encouraging knowledge sharing between people, but also kind of then leaders being able to comment on those things and using those channels as a real kind of conversation starter and success sharing.
Yeah, absolutely. No, fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to kind of take a half step away from engagement now and go into employee voice, which of course is completely related. Anyway, we've seen the McLeod and Clark. It's one of their 4 pillars, and within the CIPD study, I think beneath a number of those indicators around particularly the leader-employee relationships, then employee voice was critical to that as well. And so we'll now spend a bit of time, back one please, thanks, looking at employee voice. And once again, this is from CIPD, the employee voice fact sheet, which I suspect is now hidden behind that horrible firewall. Or is it not?
No, it is, but I can't remember if it's one of the ones I can't solve.
One of the ones that you've nicked, yeah, right. So you borrowed on our behalf.
Yes.
So you can see there, I've highlighted, it helps effectiveness, it helps performance. It's important for well-being and motivation, productivity, innovation, reduced conflict, and Ollie was talking about that earlier, and absenteeism. It's got multiple benefits. And I know, I'm certainly just thinking about the well-being one, and I never got any data on this, but I remember, back in my in-house days, when I was with Glaxo, I'd introduced this really, it was actually quite complicated, I've never recommended it, but it was this process we'd have every sort of couple of months where we'd have different people across the organisation, all in discussion groups with different senior managers. So we were really kind of mixing it up. We were, having input and then discussion generally about the different things we were doing and playing games and stuff as part of it. And it was a nightmare to do. People really moaned at me about it because it was quite disruptive. But, it was also proved very useful in terms of what we were going to do next. And I remember talking to people from our little medical centre, because we have factories, there's a sort of medical facility on each factory. And they said, oh, we've really noticed a difference in terms of people coming along and talking to us with stress-related problems. And they were putting that down to the fact that suddenly, because people weren't talking up the line, they had different senior managers. It was freeing up what people felt able to talk about. And I thought that was so interesting, but foolishly never followed it up with anything to make it more than an anecdote. But I'm sure any other examples of positive differences employee voice has made in your organisations?
I immediately think about the diversity networks.
Yeah.
But also the prominence that they're given. So it's not just a tick box exercise. They are engaged with senior leader sponsorship. They're promoted across the intranet, and they are consulted by HR on change initiatives or things that they want to, surveys that they want to conduct, getting the benefit of those particular networks that it may affect, to find out how they can help.
Yeah, so it's actually really pulling on people's direct knowledge, their own lived experience, in order to improve the interventions that the organisation's making. Yeah, really good example. Any other examples of where you've seen employee voice make a difference?
We're doing a champions network for the intranet I'm launching. So we've got like 100 employees across universities from different areas, and they're all weighing in on navigation and that kind of thing. So that's been really constructive, and the feedback is that they feel very engaged in that.
Excellent.
It's not dissimilar to, the focus group.
Yeah. And I know, sort of when I've worked in the past, sort of looking at values and behaviours in organisations, for example, then I think, the process I've tended to take is, if you work with people in the organisation, you run workshops, you're building up from the bottom up, thinking about if this was to make this a great place to work, to maintain it being a great place to work. What is it you see in people around you that help do that? And we built up from that to a set of values and behaviours that really, that resonated with people, and then went out to people again to say, and we think these are the values and behaviours. What difference would this make to you in practice? What will get in the way of doing this that we need to work at as an organisation to really make sure that this lives, and so on. Other example. Oh, Chris.
And Liz, apologies, you hear me use this example all the time, but when I was with John Lewis and Waitrose, it was the idea of a part-time Waitrose cashier to introduce click and collect. So buy a John Lewis product on johnlewis.com and collect it at your local Waitrose, because there wasn't that many John Lewis's. So multi-million-pound idea that just came from someone on the shop floor who had that experience with customers every day. And because there were so many employee voice channels, that sort of made its way up. A lot of bad ideas made their way up as well, but this is such a good example for me of if employees feel safe to speak up, share ideas and what have you, and you listen, you can really unlock some huge competitive advantages.
Absolutely. And so big benefits, potentially big bucks, genuinely big bucks. That made Waitrose, stroke John Lewis a lot of money. Can we move on one, please? And also, I think the whole idea of employee voice really resonates with the changing nature of the employee relationship. And this is a nice... Hi, Kat. This is an interesting and accessible article from Roysburn Slind. It's again on the reference list. It's from HBR, and it's looking at how corporate communication used to work, and you can look at the detail afterwards, is to basically sit people down in chairs and tell the so-and-sos about stuff. And then the new model of organisational communication, which is essentially about conversations, conversational communication. And they've got lots of practical examples on that website, in that article as well. So it's well worth looking at. And, there's a lot of detail just in that model itself that I'd encourage you to look at after this afternoon. And the second point down here, that on the right-hand side, one of the things it says is, a clear agenda informs all communication. Leaders carefully explain the agenda to employees, and strategy emerges from a cross-organisational conversation, which is getting towards the emergent stuff we were talking about yesterday. Yeah, it's around that conversational piece. And if we can move on again, please. Can we move on again? Right, something's gone wrong. That's where I wanted to be. Right, okay. So this kind of fits with, and can we nudge it up a bit, because there's a bit at the bottom of the slide that's missing at the moment. That's the bit I wanted. That's it, we've got that. So we're back to McLeod and Clark again, okay, and their 4 enablers of engagement, and one of the enablers is employee voice. And you'll see there, employees are seen as part of the solution, not the problem. And I've highlighted bits at the bottom because I think this is so good. It just distills stuff so brilliantly. Voice is informed because information is widely shared early and often. And employee voice goes so wrong if you don't do that, because you've got people enthusiastically speaking up, but it's like, I don't know, like some fireworks going off, or it's shooting off in all different directions, which may not be helpful, and nothing happens as a result of it, and everybody gets hacked off, and they say, I'm never going to open my mouth again. So it's that, it's just that relationship between communicating to people and then having the conversations. Employee views are sought and followed up. Explanations are given, including when something's not going to happen. And people are involved in developing the solutions early, not just informed. So again, this so resonates with what Ollie and what Ranjit were talking about yesterday. We buy in to what we feel we have some ownership over. We don't buy in to things that are imposed on us generally. Just think, in terms of our own lives. So I'm getting into soapbox mode, and I shouldn't, because I know we're all on the same page. Options for change are discussed. So much good stuff there. Very much relates back to yesterday. And then again, we saw this yesterday, the communication escalator. And, what's the link between this and employee voice? Well, we get different outcomes depending on the level. I think I've got involvement and change the wrong way round there, but it doesn't make any difference anyway. But the more involvement there is, the more discussion, the more participation, the more ownership there is, the more you're likely to get commitment, which doesn't mean open everything up to everybody. As Smythe talks about when he talks about co-creation, who are the people who can really help, people who've got relevant knowledge or whatever to get involved in it. Can we move on again, please? And so, that's some of the, why would we want to do it? But looking at how. And this is a grid, there's lots of detail here, from a paper by Miles and Mangold, again on the regions, really good paper. What it does is it looks at what are all the different kinds of methods you could use to be gathering views, employee voice, and when would you do it? So you've got contribution to management decision making, and yeah, so you've got from the suggestion box and stuff like that, and the open door policy, to using social media, to problem solving groups, to departmental meeting, a whole range of different ways that you can do it. And you talk about demonstration of partnership. What they're talking about in particular is almost like that organisational identification, actively promoting the organisation, articulation of individual dissatisfaction. And again, they've got a range of different ways you can do that. And at the end is collective bargaining, which isn't quite so much us. But there's a real interesting relationship here about contribution to management decision making and articulation of individual dissatisfaction. Because one is, right, I'm hacked off because this doesn't work, whatever it might be. The other is, yes, I would like to contribute to our plan to, I don't know, improve workforce safety or whatever it is.
This is potentially useful for the strategy. So most of this stuff obviously is the other side, but if you have employee voice elements to your communication strategy,
this is really
this will help stand up some of your choices of media. So, worth keeping in mind for that.
Absolutely. And the relationship here is important because there's a paper by Shipton, which I referenced a couple of slides on, and which is in the there, and which is in your resources list as well. So you can go back again. And that basically says if you just ask people to contribute to management decision making, then there's potential for people get fed up and they start feeling burnt out. If you also say to people, you've got the opportunity, talk to us about your issues, your concerns, then that balances it out and it actually makes it a healthier environment to be working in. So you actually need the two, which again makes sense, doesn't it? Because, if we only ever asked about the stuff we want to know about, we're not interested in what you want to be telling us about your problems, then the relationship's not going to last for very long. And there's loads of other good stuff in that Miles and Mangold article as well, and the purposes of voice are based on a previous piece by Dundon, which is also just, if this is what you're interested in, the references in your list, but it's got all sorts of really good practical advice about how to do each of those 4 different purposes of voice, and lots of different channels as well. Because yes.
Oh, sorry, Liz, what was the last one? Expression of collective bargaining.
Yeah. So that would be, predominantly what Dundon was talking about here is collective bargaining is when you've got unions, when you do collectively bargain. Right. That is a form of voice, and it is an absolutely legitimate form of voice in organisations. They've broadened the definition a bit, but that's what it's basically talking about. So it's trying to take a broad view about different types of voice. But I think, as I say, its value, this article, is lots of different examples of what you can do. Because, to be honest, how effective is just doing an employee survey? Ultimately, it's really it has value. It'll give you some benchmarks. Hopefully you'll have an action plan at the other end of it. But in terms of really being able to get
people think I've spent half an hour filling it in.
And then they never do anything, they never do it again. So I'm pleased to see that attitude surveys here are at the bottom of the internal audience list, and the only cross against them is as an articulation of individual dissatisfaction, which I think kind of sums it up, really. So yeah, think about the range. Let's move on again. And as you think about the range, actually, CIPD have very helpfully provided a channels guide for employee voice, and I've just summarised it here, but there's a lot more detail underneath it, and it is again in your resource and resources section down towards the bottom. It's mysteriously appeared there. And there's all sorts of hints and tips in that. And so this is our last exercise. I think we've got 9 minutes left. Why don't we, rather than doing it in groups, let's just have a chat around it. What are the things that get in the way of employee voice? The job. Okay. What do you mean by that, Gary?
Well, sometimes people just are too task focused, for example, or too focused on a particular project, and don't feel as though they have the time to say what it is that's really going on.
Okay, so people don't have the time to do it. Any thoughts about that, and just unpicking that a bit, and what can we do when that's the case?
Amy's hand is up. Might be a different point. But...
Okay, Amy.
It is in fact a different point, so I'm happy to come back to it.
No, let's have it anyway, and we'll see how we go.
Oh, so it is a slightly different, I guess it's a different side of the coin to Gary's point, which is very valid, is around actually leaders' interest in employee voice.
Yeah.
Which honestly I think is one of our biggest problems. Is our surveys every year, our last question is, I think action will happen based on this survey, and it's just getting lower and lower every year. So it's a big problem I think we have.
Your response rate similarly dropping every year?
No, the response rate is there. People want to share. So people have a desire to share their voice. Yeah, and interestingly, it is linked to our performance measurement. So you think people would lie, but leadership engagement and that they think action will happen based on it remains very low. So people actually are risking some of their benefits, some of their bonuses over sharing it.
Right. Okay. So leaders aren't interested. What are we going to do about that one?
To develop Amy's point, it's the trust. If you don't feel that the organisation, you don't feel trust in your leader or your organisation, you're not going to be honest and share your feedback.
Yeah. No, so trust is a prerequisite. Sometimes you can do things to help just build trust where you're specifically looking at building employee voice. You know, any scheme that's got some sort of intermediary step, it might be making it anonymous to start with, or the speak up schemes where sort of people can be traced back, but that can't be seen by senior management at all. All of those sorts of things can help. What else will help build trust and help people think, well, it's worth me taking my eyes off my job and doing a bit of it? What else?
Tracy's hands up.
Tracy.
It was in relation to the prior point, actually, but I'll see what I can think of. I think following through and giving the feedback and sharing what actions have been taken previously is really important. One thing that I see that we're guilty of is we have this big announcement. We've just had one only in January about our November survey. So here's the results. This is what everybody said. And then there's all this, a myriad of feedback, and then it's all handed down to individual teams to say, there you go, line manager, there's your feedback for your team, off you go and do something with it. And then there isn't really this follow-up, because stuff either goes on in small pockets or in many cases doesn't go on in small pockets. And because leaders are generally given numbers and statistics, they don't have all of that qualitative data that sits underneath it. So therefore, they're then nervous about having conversations with their team. So the reality is, not a lot changes.
Right. And so what's the way forward there?
That ongoing feedback. So the today needs to then be followed up with, here's now what we're going to do. And you know, you can't fix everything. So it's about picking the 5 things. So what we have done previously is have 5 pillars. So look at the common themes, have 5 pillars, and then invite some employees onto those pillar groups to then start to do the problem solving and the solutioning. And then when you have sessions with leaders, then explain to them what's been happening. But I think where we fall down is the leaders then are not confident with the information to then go and share directly with their teams. So I think it kind of gets stuck.
Yeah. So it might be actually giving a bit more support to leaders in terms of how do you go about that process.
Yeah. And giving them that pack, we spoke about it. We've spoken about it a number of times about some kind of like leadership pack that they can then use with their teams, that they then go and do the localization bit on. And I think there's certainly a big need for that, for that in our organisation.
Some of those social properties of sense making and sort of doing some work with the leaders first could then potentially help. Yeah, no, interesting. And you know, it was striking me as well the whole thing around with a theme of this workshop has been actually linking through what's the business trying to do, what's the organisation, what's the organisational objective, what's the communication objective, what's the approach, so how are we going to do it? And sort of thinking about this whole leaders don't want to. I think there's a risk. Never, ever, ever start introducing stuff if you don't think leaders are going to be prepared to listen, because it is so damaging. It's horrible. But if you've got a leader who's prepared to go with, okay, these are my recommendations for what we do in order to solve your organisational problem, and you're showing the links through to that and how employee and voice can help with your specific problem, then maybe, just maybe, that might be helpful. You probably have to find one that was on your side to start with, and then you can start using them as a bit of an ally. But sorry, now right, there's another. We got problems with employee surveys. Right, we've got a couple of minutes left. I think let's just move on very quickly, because there's a couple of other studies I'll mention. CIPD talking about how to increase voice with senior managers creating the conditions as the first one. So it really does need that senior management view and buy-in. And again, I'd say looking at things like Smythe can be useful here, because he does give a lot of practical stuff about what to do to work with senior managers. Let's move on again. There's a very good paper. Any of you that are working on cross-cultural issues where you've got a multinational workforce, all those cross-cultural characteristics will have an impact on employee voice. And this particular sort of piece was looking at, right, so what does the theory say about different cultures and things like power distance? Obviously, high power distance makes employee voice more difficult, but then also things like uncertainty avoidance, performance orientation. What difference does each of those make, and what levers do you pull in terms of both informal communication and formal communication to potentially help move things forward? So for those of you that this is relevant to, it's a paper well worth looking at. And if we move on again, Shipton I've talked about, Madsen and Johansson, also talked about a spiral of voice, that when you were thinking about digital voice, actually there's something about as people start to contribute, so you can get a spiral building. And it's an interesting paper. And then my final one, we'll move on from that. Smythe, who basically, this is in his 2007 book, says, humph, communicators, they're all about selling, but actually engagement is about inclusion and co-creation. And he does say in 2013 that we've moved on. But my very final slide, and sorry, I've taken 1 minute more than I should have done. Dietz, in Griffin, it's an introduction to communication or something. And he's very much, organisations are damaged by being really sort of led by a purely managerial control. What you want is more of a communication model. So this would be the same as, this is the Shannon and Weaver way of looking at the world, yeah? Zap 'em. The communication model, which is all about that building of mutual understanding and meaning, etc., which is where he says a lot of value can come from organisations, but few of them do enough of it. And my very final slide, he's actually got, and we don't have time to go through it, but it's just as a taster, what are the conditions for actually having those genuine, real conversations that can make a difference? And we're not going to have time to go through them, but if you're interested in this more co-creational approach, his stuff is well worth reading. And, you know, is practical. The Griffin, when he's describing what Dietz is all about, Dietz, I mean, he's a professor at University of Colorado, but he's a consultant to the International Atomic Energy Authority, and working with them on all of this, and has been since 2011, when there was a nasty nuclear incident in Japan following a tsunami, and they realised if we'd have listened to people, then that disaster could have been averted. And so, you know, there's an element of idealism in this, but there is a really practical basis to it as well.
Sarah, quick question. Was there a cultural element of particularly Japan that had impact on the listening, and you know, why it didn't happen, and then what were the...
There's some really interesting cultural dynamics in Japan generally, which we don't have time to go into now. And but I think that the not listening, I don't think is just a Japanese phenomenon. We've had any number of instances in this country. The Herald of Free Enterprise, anyone remember that? Where cross-channel ferry sank with loss of most people on board, and everybody, all the employees knew that they kept turning the ferry round and not moving the bow doors up in time. That was what destabilised the ferry, and it turned over. So if they'd have had decent employee voice, it would have stopped that. There's any number of examples. Yeah, NASA and Challenger. Yeah. I'm done.
Listing examples, we're done.
So on death and disaster, it will finish.
Yeah, I've got a closing note. I've asked you 19 times if you have any more questions about the assignment, and I assume at this point we've answered all of your questions, but you know where we are if you have questions for us. So for structures and drafts and questions, me, Liz, Fiona, and we'll pick up those conversations with you individually. Obviously, you can get working on that assignment right now. So as soon as you want to send something through to us or talk about it, then do. Thank you so much for all your participation over the last couple of days. It's been
great.
This has been a really easy one to run because people have been so forthcoming. So it makes such a huge difference when
And
people are
thanks to
like
everyone online as well. You've been great in terms of all your participation.
Megan, did you have something you wanted to add?
I was just going to say if we have a couple of minutes, like when everybody's finished, if I could maybe just pick your brain on the topic of the change initiative that I want to pick. I know you said at the end we could do it in breaks or either at the end. Is that okay?
Yeah. Megan, just hang on the call and then we'll let you know once we've finished doing whatever we need to do here, but it won't be long, okay?
That's right. I just put my hand up now because I didn't want to miss the boat if you were about to hang up on us.
Yeah, no, that's all. We won't hang up. Everyone else can drop out of the call. You hang on it. We'll chat to you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, everybody. Safe journeys home. Really appreciate all of your input. It's been a really great session to run. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. I second that. One final thing. Last week, I completely forgot to send out to everyone a very short survey. It's about 5 questions about module 1, just about how it went generally. I will get that sent out to you tomorrow. If you wouldn't mind just giving us a wee bit of feedback about module 1. I know we keep asking you everything, but it's just we also need to be collecting data from the university, and there might be individual things you want to say that you haven't said in the group, etc. If you wouldn't mind filling that in, I would be enormously grateful. Thank you. And yeah, just second everything that Olive said. You're such a nice group.
Such a nice group.
Such a nice group.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everybody.